We are organizing an orientation program for you all today so as to help you all to choose your specialization subjects that is offered in semester 5 and 6. So since you are students of BBA IT, you'll be having the subjects of IT. So we have Kiran Jyoti ma'am who will be addressing you about the subjects that are offered from IT. So we welcome you, ma'am, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Just give me a minute, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am, sure.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mrs. Kiran Jyoti, Head Department of Computer Science. I am here along with my colleagues, Mr. Srikant and Mr. Sandeep sir. So all three of us will be guiding you or will orient you regarding what are the elective courses that will be offered by the department in this semester. And we will also help you or we will try to help you in making a right decision or a right choice in picking up the appropriate elective that is suitable for you. Okay? Yes. Quickly, I'll go into my presentation. Smriti ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So I welcome all the students for the orientation on elective courses, on especially IT papers. So for BBA IT in the semester 5 and semester 6, these are the elective papers that we are offering. So semester 5, in case you are selecting or you're opting for Python programming, you will be studying .NET programming in the 6th semester. In a similar way, if you select operating system in the 5th sem, you will be dealing with, you will be having computer networks and information security in the 6th semester. Okay, so now I will spend few minutes of time to give you an overall view of all these courses, and then Srikant sir and Sandeep sir will orient you little more in detail in Python programming and .NET programming. So with this, I'm sure you will gain minimum exposure or the knowledge required to make a decision for yourself. Okay. So before I start, I just wanted to tell you one thing. Now, acquiring knowledge or thirst for knowledge should not depend on your friends. Okay, so the area which you wanted to explore should purely depend upon your interest, your knowledge levels, your exposure. So don't get carried away with your friends. Suppose someone is telling that Python programming is something heard about everywhere. Don't just go and select Python programming. Okay, or if your friends are saying that chalo bhai, all of you will go for operating system, don't select like that. Listen to the orientation that is given by the faculty and then make a right decision. Okay, so I'm proceeding further. So
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, your voice is a little low. Can you please increase your volume,
Okay, ma'am. Now
mic
is it
volume?
okay, ma'am?
No, no, still more. Can you please?
1 second. I hope now it is okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, it's fine.
Yes. So first we are going to discuss about the first combination, that is Python programming and .NET programming. So first I'll just give you an overview of Python programming. It is an open source programming language, very simple. It is script-based programming language. It is highly flexible. That means you can integrate your Python programming or your programs with any other programming languages, and you can, it is extensible. It is rich with library functions. So because you have rich library functions, you can perform various tasks like data visualization or data analysis or data mining. All such things can be done easily because ready-made you have library functions available with you. And this is a programming language which is supporting various frameworks like your .NET framework and all. So because of that, overall development of an application is becoming much more simplifier for you. Okay, and especially it is one of the programming language or the most sorted after programming language in the 2020 or in this new era, especially for data analytics. Okay, data analysis, data visualization, and for all this, this is a programming language that is used. Coming to the next, that is .NET programming language. Now, from semester 1 to semester 5, you are being exposed to the various programming languages, and then you got exposure to the backend, that is your DBMS, followed by SQL. In a similar way, you are also got exposure to the front end, that is your through your web technologies. Now you are coming across the frameworks, okay, your computer framework, framework like language, where you can develop applications little more easily. Okay, so .NET is once again an open source developer framework. So using this framework, uh, you can do programming such that this framework is compatible with multiple platforms. That means the application designed, okay, so they can work on any types of configured systems and all. So it is compatible with various programming languages and various libraries. And this is a framework generally used for developing various applications that can run on Windows environment or Linux environment or iOS, or for mobile applications when it comes to Android or your other operating systems. Okay, so you can develop software applications which can run on various operating systems using your .NET programming. And one of the beauty of this programming framework is that it is compatible with, it supports various programming languages, starting from older programming languages or ADA or COBOL, or the latest programming languages like Python, or middle programming languages like Java, or any other frameworks, I mean to say, any other programming languages. Okay, so C++ or VC++. So all these programming languages, it is able to support. Okay, that's why this is also one of the best framework that you need to explore. Okay, so this is, and I advise you to take this Python programming and .NET programming elective, provided you started understanding or enjoying programming. Okay, because you already got exposure to C, you already got exposure to the other programming languages. So it purely depends upon you. But however, since you have IT projects, you're supposed to do projects in the final year. So Python is one of the, and .NET framework, these are the technologies that you might be using in developing your software applications. So in that case, this is also a better choice for you. Okay, now suppose you don't wanted to develop your project using Python programming or .NET framework. However, Java programming is already taught to you as your main paper in the semester. Along with that, you also have your web technologies, which you have already been taught last semester. You can use those languages or those technologies also when you are developing your project. Okay, so it is up to you. Coming to the second elective combination, that is operating system and computer networks and information security. Now, uh, when you join any organization, and claim that you are a BBA student with edge of information technology, then there are some minimum essentials that are expected out of you. People will be expecting that you participate in decision making related to what might be the infrastructure that is required for your organization, what kind of operating system need to be procured for your organization, what is cost effective and which is more secure. So you should be in a position to understand the operating system and its advantages. Only then you will be in a position to contribute to your organization. In a similar way, nowadays, no device is working standalone. That means you have a laptop and you do your task on the laptop without connecting to the outside world. No, through internet, you are connecting to outside world. Okay, so your exposure to the networking infrastructure is very, very, very important these days. Okay, so when I say networking infrastructure, what are the networking devices that are going to be used, or what are the networking topologies that are being used, what are the different types of networks that you have. All this knowledge is essential for you. Okay, now coming to then the networking protocols, and what are the various technologies that you are going to use when devices are communicating through the network. Okay, when two or more devices which are geographically apart through the network, how they are communicating with each other, what are the protocols that are being used, and what are the technologies that are used. Then especially, yes, then coming to the information security. So what is information security? What are the various attacks that you have on information security? Okay, now what is virus? What are the various intrusion detection mechanisms that you are going to use, like antivirus and all, to protect the information services or information, your digital assets of your organization? You are going to study. You're going to study how firewalls are going to help you out. Okay, so this is very important because you are understanding the technology that will be used in the firm that you're going to join. So those who are interested in the technology, you can opt this particular combination, operating systems and computer networks and information security combination. Now, if you are really interested in programming, then Python programming and .NET programming would be the better choices for you. Clear? So now I'll spend a little more time on orienting you on the syllabus of operating system and computer networks and information security. Okay, just give me a second. Yes, are you able to see my screen?
Ma'am?
Ma'am,
No, ma'am.
are they able to see my screen, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
No, okay. I'll just present it.
Okay, ma'am.
Now
It's
I can,
visible now, ma'am. It's
yes,
visible.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'll spend some time orienting you regarding the syllabus of operating system and computer networks and information security. Srikant sir will be orienting you on Python programming, and Sandeep sir will be orienting you on .NET programming. Okay? Yes. So we'll spend just few minutes of time. So operating system. So the objective of this particular course is to give you some knowledge on the various concepts of operating systems, what is operating system, and what are the various concepts involved in operating system, and what are the features or what are the functionalities of the operating system. Maybe it is scheduling or CPU scheduling or memory management or file system, all this we are going to discuss. And we are also going to discuss, we are also going to make you aware of the Linux environment. Now, till now, we are all being exposed to only Windows environment, maybe at home or in the college. But 90% of the organizations in the world, business organizations in the world, are using your open source Linux software, different flavors of Linux. One of them is your different flavors of your Unix. One of them is your Linux. So this is the most popular operating system used because of its robustness. It is more secure and it doesn't cost you, cost effective. Okay, so for all these reasons, and very important thing about your Linux environment is, your Linux operating system is, you can run any applications, older applications or newer applications. But if you see Windows, there are some applications, older applications, applications that have been that are run on Windows 7 or Windows XP and all, will not be running on your Windows 10 and the next things. You have that problem when you are dealing with Windows. But when it comes to Linux, you don't have such problem. Why? Because Linux is an open source and environment, and there are lot many people every day contributing to the Linux environment. Okay, based on the current needs. So new patches are getting added, and we just need to install and plug in, that's all. So that's why it is cost effective. Okay, it's less cost for this when compared to Windows, and it supports all different environments. And now many people had a wrong notion that Windows is what do you say, its user interface is better. Okay, it is a GUI based interface, whereas when you go for Linux, it is command driven, so it is difficult to use. That's not the actual thing. Nowadays we are getting various flavors of Linux and Unix flavors, where you also have your GUI available with you. Okay, so we'll just spend some time. So first unit, you're trying to get an idea about operating system and what are the different types of operating systems that you have. So not a single operating system can be used for everything. So operating system differs based on the device, whether it's a desktop or whether it's a server or whether it's a mainframe, or whether it is used for multitasking or whether it's used for single tasking, or you require an operating system for distributed environment. So each category, you have a different operating type of operating system with different set of features. And operating system used for real-time environment, or operating system that are used in handheld systems like mobile or your notepad or your notebook, okay, or any other devices. Fine. So what kind of operating systems, what are the features that you have for these various kinds of devices, or uh, we are going to study. We are also going to study the internal structure of the operating system. Then our focus will be on the various functionalities or services provided by operating system. May it be process management, maybe it be CPU scheduling, memory management, device management, file system management. So these services we'll be studying under your unit 2. You'll be studying CPU scheduling, memory management, and under your unit 3, you are going to discuss about your file system management and your storage management. Now, coming to your unit 4 and unit 5, we are concentrating on Unix. Okay, you are concentrating on Unix. You are concentrating on Unix. And unit 5, we are concentrating on shell programming. Unit 5, we are concentrating on shell programming. Okay, so how do we do programming using your in Linux? Okay, by using various shells. Okay, in Unix you have something called shells available with you, like C shell, corn shell and all, Bourne shell and all. So how are we going to do programming in that environment using those shells? Okay, so all this we are going to study under our Unix, our operating system. Coming to the next elective, that is your computer networks and your information security. Yes. So the idea behind this to get you understand, you make you exposed to network infrastructure, various network models, what are the protocols, what is information security, what are the LAN and the WAN technologies, okay, and what are the intrusion detection mechanisms. All that you're going to discuss under this unit, under this paper. So first unit, we concentrate on the computer network fundamentals, like you are getting exposed to the network infrastructure in the form of types of networks, okay, topologies. Now, between two devices, if they are communicating, what type of communication it is, whether it's simplex, half duplex, or full duplex, what are the various devices, networking devices coming to picture, may it be starting from the network interface card that exists inside your computer, that is in your on your motherboard, and hubs, switches, routers, bridges, all this we are going to discuss. We are also going to discuss about guided and wireless transmission media. Okay, what is the because if two devices need to communicate which are geographically apart, you need to use some guided media or wireless media. Okay, so what are the various guided media and wireless media that you are going to use? Whether it is cables you are going to use, or whether you are going to use, we are going to use any other things. Now coming to the second unit, we are concentrating on understanding the reference models. Okay, what are the different types of addresses first of all? So I think some of you came across something called IP addresses. I hope some of you got, at least you would have heard of this IP addresses. And similarly, you would have heard about something called MAC address. Okay, now every device that is there on your computer will have a special identification number to identify the device called MAC address. So you will be understanding MAC address, nothing but physical address. IP address, nothing but logical address. Now, if two applications need to communicate with each other, then we are going to use something called port identification number. In a similar way, it is very difficult for us to remember any server or any device by its IP address or MAC address or its port address. So we have something called specific address like google.com or josephscollege.ac.in. Your DNS names, they are called as specific address. So you're going to understand those things. Then you are also going to understand something called connection-oriented and connectionless services, network services. Then the reference model, two important reference models used universally throughout the world for communication, that is OSI model and TCP/IP protocol suite. Then unit 3, we are concentrating on LAN and WAN technologies like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Ethernet. Now in the college, we are using Ethernet. We are also using wireless LANs, especially your Wi-Fi. And I think most of you already got exposure to Bluetooth. But till now, we are only people who are using the service. We don't know the technology behind that service. Being IT students, we need to be aware of this technology. Okay, then only we will have a better edge when compared to other BBA students. Because they also would have used Wi-Fi. They also would have used Bluetooth. They also would have used Ethernet. But they are not exposed to the technology. Now, by studying this, we are getting exposed to technology. Okay, now even what are the various WAN technologies that you are going to use? Point to point, or a dynamic host configuration protocol, or NAT, network address translation, all this we are going to study. And unit 4 especially we are concentrating on, because this is our subject is on networking. We are concentrating on network layer design issues. What are the protocols that are specifically used in this network layer? Coming to the unit 5, which is quite interesting. What is information security? What is the CNSS security model? So as per this model, it says that whenever you are providing a network to anyone, so whoever is using your network should be in a position to use the services always, And there should be a proper authorization regarding who should use what service. Okay, and there should be a proper security to the data that is available inside your organization. So your CNSS security model speaks about it. How are you going to balance your information security and access in an organization? So what are the various approaches that you follow? Now, there are some key buzzwords or keywords like intruders. Who are intruders? What is virus? What is firewall? What are intrusion detection mechanism that you are going to use? What is a virus? And what are the threats that you're going to face because of this virus on your information? And what are the countermeasures that you're going to use? And one of the countermeasure is your firewall. So if you wanted to suggest a firewall in your organization, what are the design principles that you need to remember? And what are the various types of firewalls that are available in the organization? So all this kind of information is being discussed through these papers. Okay? Yes. I'm telling you, uh, now whether you are selecting your programming, that is your Python programming followed by .NET programming, or whether you are taking the second combination, that is operating system followed by computer networks. But I advise you, even though you have selected Python programming and .NET programming, but exposure of operating system and networks is important for you. So what you can do is through online, you can do some certificate courses or something. Okay, just you have so many open sources or Coursera and all. You have some courses. You can at least get exposure there. And don't be ignorant people, because technology is very, very important. In the similar way, in case you have selected this operating system and your network information security as your elective combination, then you also can do some online courses to get a minimum exposure of your Python programming and .NET programming. Okay, so choice is yours. Now, I request Srikant sir or Sandeep sir to take over. They will be orienting you regarding Python programming and your .NET programming. Okay, yes. Over to you, Srikant sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. So the elective what we have is Python programming language. Python is a simple, scripted, object-oriented. It's a simple, scripted, interpreted, object-oriented programming language. Nana, already you know what do you mean by interpretation. Already you know what do you mean by interpreted programming language, because we have already seen it in your R. Done. So coming to the working interface, it will be very much similar to your R programming language. And coming to the technology, I mean coming to the logics, right? Coming to the syntaxes, all these things will be very much similar to your C programming language. But why Python programming is more trending and Python programming is more famous? Because of its less syntax. You no need to write tens or 100 lines of programs, and it has a very simple syntax, right, which allows you to code the program, which allows you to understand the program. Coming to this syllabus, right, we'll be starting with our unit 1. What do you mean by the Python programming language, and what are the basics of Python programming language? Right, this is your unit 1, guys. Basics of Python programming language and the simple installation process. How do you set up the environment? How do you install the Python programming language? And also we'll be dealing with what are the variables, what are your lists, tuples, dictionaries, operators, right? All these things we have already seen in the R programming language. The only thing differs is the working workspace and the simple terminology. That's it, right? So it will be a definitely a advantageous edge for you because you have already seen C program and you have already seen R programming language, and you are making yourself ready to learn new programming language called as Python. Right. Whereas in the unit 2, we'll be dealing with the control statements, right? That is changing the flow of your program. As of now, you will be working with your sequential statements. Now I'll show you how to iterate, how to jump from line to line, right? By using your conditional statements like if else, and looping statements like while, break, continue. Done, Amma. So this will be your unit 2. In the unit 3, we'll be dealing with the functions, files, and modules. So a function is a simple block of code which performs a task whenever you call it. And you have seen packages like iostring.h, stdio.h, math.h, string.h. Isn't it, guys? We have already seen packages in your C programming language. Now, in C programming, you were only allowed to use the packages, whereas in our Python programming language, you are also allowed to create your own packages. Not only the built-in packages, user-defined packages can also be created in Python programming language, and you will be able to work on it. Done, Nana. And as you can see on the screen, we have files, the storage techniques, where you will be able to store the data from, right? Data what you have got into your program can be stored into your storage devices by using the concept of files. This is your unit 3, Nana, where the actual programming begins with the functions, modules, packages, and files. In the unit 4, you'll be dealing with advanced Python programming as well as the CGI programs, right? As I said in the beginning, our Python programming is object-oriented programming, right? Which supports the concepts of OOPS, object-oriented programming system, right? OOPS concepts like classes, objects, inheritance, and other OOPS concepts will be taught to you, will be shown you using Python programming language. This is your advanced Python, right? If you have not yet gone through with object oriented programming in your previous semesters, this will be the very first instance you going through with the object oriented programming, Nana. Then followed by the CGI architecture. CGI architecture stands for the common gateway interface. How are you allowed to communicate with the server? How can you make the communication and connections with the server so that you can send a request and your request will be processed and you are going to get a response from the server. So we'll be showing you to set up a virtual server in the same machine where you are working, and you will be communicating to the server and client, right? At this process, when you are making this process, when you are communicating with the server, there are some instances, there are some cases where you need to send the information or where you need to get the information, right? For this purpose, we go with our unit 5, that is database connectivity, using MySQL or SQLi3 or any other databases. I'll try to show you at least three databases, right? And I will have a connection and communication in between your database and in between your database and program and a Python program by using a couple of them, right? I will show you. So that allows you to store the information into your Python program as well as get the information from your Python program. Right, you can establish the connections with your database, you can retrieve your data, you can manage, you can access your data which is in your database by using your Python programs. Right, as you know, database is your backend and Python will be your front end. Done, Nana. The actual programming, the actual server client communications and a simple project can be done with the help of this advanced CGI programming and database connectivity, right? If you are seriously interested into the programming concepts, it's better you choose Python programming language. And Python is, as I said, it's the most trending programming language, which was declared as the best programming language for the last decade and the best programming language for year 2020. So definitely you have a good scope for Python programming language in the market. And by choosing this elective, we will be making you ready for the market with the basics, with all the basics required for the Python programming language. As Jyotimam was sharing, Python programming language is in your SEM 5, and in your SEM C, SEM 6, we'll be having .NET programming as continuation. And the syllabus, the scope for the .NET programming will be shared by our faculty, Sandeep sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, students. Give me a minute while I share my screen. So I hope you all can see the screen. The subject what we'll be learning would be .NET programming. It's an elective and one of the best programming languages, I would say. We are not competing against programming languages. Neither are we trying to tell you that programming language is bad and that this programming language is bad, right? The only thing what I would want to emphasize is we make progress by making right decisions. So in the end, it is your choice and it is your decision which will shape your future. And I'm not insisting you to, you know, choose that or this course, but do your homework and think which is best for you and then proceed. Right? When you talk about .NET programming, right now, this .NET programming is a product of Microsoft and Microsoft captured the market. They were the first people to come up with these different softwares, right? Maybe Micro Office or VB is the first programming language, and then they moved on to .NET and then C Sharp and then F Sharp, etc., etc. Now, the reason why we are learning this .NET programming language is this gives us an insight as to what exactly is object-oriented programming all about, right? End to end we will see how to define your system, then how to convert your business rules to business logic, and we'll also see what is integration, what is web forms, what is a server application, how do we build a server application, how do we configure our web server, and how do you deploy our project is what we will be learning as part of .NET programming. But initially we will for us to get a hang of the subject, we will learn what is Dreamweaver. Now, if you ask me why Dreamweaver, Dreamweaver is a open source or a framework or tool which allows us to develop web pages or websites, right? And I'm telling you, even if you are not aware of coding, or even if you're not that great in coding, I would say uh, all these frameworks that we'll be using will allow us to do a minimum coding, which means that each we have elements defined for us. You drag and drop, the code is generated by default in the backend. And as a developer or as a programmer, what we will do is we will only write the actual business logic interaction between the pages, or we will write the actions as to what has to be performed when you click or when you submit or when you retrieve or etc, etc, right? That is where programmer pitches in and will write the actual business logic. Right now, initially we will see what is Dreamweaver. We will try to understand what is the project file, project folder, how do we set up a project folder, and how do we deploy, and how do we design a layout, and we include the elements into the layout. That's unit one. And I believe that you're all aware of CSS. We will also learn, even if you do not have any knowledge, do not worry. We will also learn what is CSS and how do we connect our CSS pages onto our web pages, right? Post this, we will get into Unit 2, that is architecture or .NET framework and C Sharp. Now, together, I would say it's one and the same, because .NET framework is a combination of different modules or different components, which allows us to function, or which allows us to run the C Sharp program smoothly. And without the components, we will not be able to, we will not be successful, I would say. So we will see what is the architecture. We will understand the language fundamentals. You might say, sir, we already know language fundamentals. I appreciate you. The fundamentals are all the fundamentals are more or less the same. The reason why we are teaching you the fundamentals again is every programming language has its own syntax and its own definition. So here we'll be understanding its syntax and how do we implement it, and not the concept again. Because you all know what is a variable, you all know what is the data type, you all know what are input output statements, looping, decision statements, arrays, etc. We will only understand and we will only see the actual implementation and syntax changes, right? Post this, we are done with fundamentals. We will now try to implement the fundamentals by generating a form. Guys, applications are of different types: mobile application, desktop application, standalone application, web application, etc. etc. Now, when we design an application only for desktop, we call such applications as standalone applications. And this standalone application does not require internet. And to develop such kind of applications, we take the help of Windows Forms, right? For us to work with Windows Forms, we must be aware of the program structure, data types, variables, etc. So here all the units are interconnected, interlinked. You miss one unit, you will find difficulty in understanding other unit. So please ensure that you are attending all the classes if you are choosing .NET as your frame, as your subject. Right. Now in unit 3, as said, Windows Forms, we will see what are different form controls. How do we include form control onto our workspace, that is .NET Framework workspace, and how do we generate one simple form application? You have single form and multi-form applications. We will see that. Now, once you are done with Unit 3 is Unit 4 is an extension of Unit 3. This unit ASP.NET. What is ASP.NET? ASP.NET is nothing but active server pages. Now, if you're developing a web page and placing the web page inside the web server, we call such pages to be web pages or server pages. And it will be easy for you if and only if you say that Windows Form Controls, you're done with Windows Form Controls. If you have skipped unit 3, then you will find it difficult to understand unit 4, because whatever controls that we see as part of Windows Form Control is a part of server controls, but with syntactical changes. You have text box, input field. Guys, I think my screen, there's a lag. Let me stop my presentation and represent it. Right. This is unit 3.
Sir, zoom it, sir.
Unit 4.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Form controls, buttons, checkboxes, radio buttons. We will be developing a Windows desktop-based application using Unit 3, and the same concepts are carried forward onto Unit 4, but the way we use them and the way we implement them is different, right? ASP server controls, then validation controls, and different applications that you have, HTML server controls. We will see all these things, and we will implement a web application, a single page web application, or if you're interested, we will see a multi-page web application. That's unit 4. Once our front ends are done, that it is always important that we have a backend or a model, database model, right? We will design one simple database model and we'll try to connect to database model. To do that, understanding of ADO.NET architecture is really important. ADO stands for Active X Data Objects. Without this module, we will not be successful in connecting to the database. Okay, so we will be connecting to ADO.NET. We will learn what is ADO.NET, the architecture of ADO.NET, and how do we perform the database operations called as CRUD operations: create, rename, update, delete, etc. using ASP.NET, that to ADO.NET, and connect to our server page, store the data, and retrieve the data. Any application, guys, be it Python, be it R, be it Java, be it .NET, the operations are the same, but the way you implement and the features of programming language differs. So I'm telling you, using .NET, we can build complex applications, real-time complex applications. I'm telling you, I'll make the subject easy, but it has to be, there has to be commitment from your side that you have to attend the classes regularly. And should you have any doubts regarding the syllabus, please ask, or the topics, please ask. I'm more than happy to help you. And that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep, sir. Thank you, Srikanth, sir, and Sandeep, sir, for orienting our students. Uh, I think students, you would have got uh, clarity regarding what is going to be offered for you. Take time, discuss, and then take a wise decision. Okay, the department is ready to offer any of the combination for you. Okay? Yes. Once again, my appeal, don't get carried away with your friend's thought process. You need to make a decision based on your skill set. Okay? And because you know your limitations and your strengths. Okay? And then your focus is very important here. And as Sandeep sir has rightly said, since we are going for specializations, your commitment, your regularity to the classes is very, very important. Otherwise, there's no point of opting for a specialization. So, this is my sincere appeal. Be regular to the classes, and the department is ever ready to help you. And I also wanted to tell you whether it is Python or .NET programming, or whether it is your OS or computer networks, all the practicals will be demonstrated through to you through online, and based on the situations in the, and the guidelines of the government, we will also plan to have physical classes, especially for practicals. Okay, so that in our presence, maybe in the form of batches like last year, how we have done for you, we also might plan practicals in that way for you. Thank you, ma'am. Anita, ma'am.
Thank you, Kiran ma'am, and thank you, Srikant sir, and thank you, Sandeep sir. For your team, Kiran ma'am, you all have explained very clearly to the students what the IT papers are. I think now students will know which subject to choose according to their interest and according to the current trend. They have to see both the things. So taking both the things into account, students, so you will be circulated on Google form. HOD ma'am will be taking care of that. So you need to choose the subject in semester 5 and semester 6 for IT papers. Thank you, Kiran ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. And as of now, ma'am, the subject, the course that is selected by maximum number of students will be offered to the students.
Yes. Only one paper will be offered, whichever is being chosen by maximum students. Yes, every year we do that. So as Kiran ma'am said, that is what will be there. Any doubts regarding some clarification anytime, you can approach three, Srikant sir, Kiran ma'am and Sandeep sir for clarifications.
Yes,
Thank you.
because already you have rapport with Srikant sir and Sandeep sir in
Yes.
your initial day, first year and second year. I'm sure they will be easy point of contact for you for any clarification. Okay, and welcome from my end also. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you, Kiran ma'am.
Thank you.
So now we'll move on to students. We'll move on to the HR specialization session. So before I move on to the HR specialization session, I'll just share my screen and then and I'm seeing only 37 students. Kindly see us who are there. Please inform in the group again, because they need to choose among HR, finance, and marketing any two specialization. IT is mandatory. Whether you like it or not, you will be taking IT. But the other, in other three, you can choose any two. So let them be aware. So just inform once again in the group that HR, finance, and marketing orientation is going on, so that they may not miss it and they'll understand what to do. Right. Uh, are you all able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So welcome, dear BBIT students who are entering into the third year. The main objective of this specialization orientation is for y'all to make y'all to understand what HR, marketing, and finance specialization papers are, so that you can choose according to your competence, according to your no skill level, according to your taste or interest. You can choose any two of the specialization, either HR marketing or marketing finance or finance HR, anything, any combination you can go for, right? And then after you have chosen this areas of specialization, in that which we are going to offer three papers each semester wise, you have to choose any one. Like how you have you'll be choosing IT, here also in HR you'll be choosing any one paper, and that whoever choose the maximum whoever going to choose a paper, that particular paper only will be offered to the students, right? Now let me go on to the electives that are there. Before that, I just want to tell you all who are the people who generally choose HR. Now, people who are outgoing, who are lively, who have lot of patience, who are rational in their thinking, which is right, which is wrong, from the adult perspective point of view, right? And then very smart and creative and witty and spontaneous, and at the same time you're prudent. What is right and what is wrong, you're able to analyze. And then you are very humble and respectable to the people, their ideas, to whatever changes are to be incorporated. Now, if you are having these type of characteristics in you, then I think you are the right person to choose the HR as the specialization, right? Or if a student is want to imbibe these type of characteristics or skills in him or her, can choose this particular specialization of HR. Now, as you all have already studied the subject principles of HRM, as you know, human resource is a very, very important asset to the organization. Without them, nothing can take place. And then they are the life of the organization. Though they tell finance and marketing or whatever, each specialization, they try to project that they are important, but without people, nothing can happen. No, they are the people who run the organization. And then that is the importance of human resource. And we have seen that when we talk about human resource management, we are speaking from the way you're going to encourage or motivate or attract the right skill to your organization. So the way you try to recruit, the way you try to select them, the way you try to train them, develop them, evaluate them, and then recognize them. And then all this, on the top of that, the way you're going to manage these people is very, very important. And all these aspects will be spoken in human resource management as a specialization in various papers. Yeah. So in semester 5, we offer 3 papers. First paper is HRD systems and strategies. Second paper is training and development. Third paper is management of industrial relations. Then in 6th semester, we offer 3 papers: leadership development, management of change, compensation management. Now, these are the total 6 papers which we offer to you under HR specialization. So in 5th, you need to choose any one. In 6th, you need to choose any one, right? So I will be orienting you on 2 subjects, that is on leadership development, on compensation management. After me, you have Gracie ma'am, who will be orienting you on management of industrial relations. And then you have Rani ma'am, who will be orienting you on HRD systems and strategies. And you have Swapna ma'am, who will be orienting you on training and development and management of change. So this is how we'll be orienting you on various subjects. So coming to the first one, which is in 6th semester, we are going with this flow so that I will complete my presentation and then I can hand over the session to the others. Yeah. So leadership development, which is offered in 6th semester. Now, as we know, a leader is a person, the way he is going to motivate the employees who are there under him, and then who will be working along with them, and then the way he is having empathy towards them, and the way he is going to engage them is what is called as a leader. So a leader is a person who can influence them in such a way they are going to come out or use their potential to their maximum. See, that is what. And until and unless a leader has followers, he is not called as a leader. Now, right now, because of pandemic, there are various terms that have come for leadership, like empathetic leadership, emotional leadership, agile leadership. No, there are various things, because according to the the environment, according to the the market, according to the need, how a leader need to adapt to the situation to see that the organization runs effectively and efficiently. Now, when we talk now, most of us are hearing this word called emotional intelligence, right? Now, until and unless a leader has a good IQ, he will not be able to make the employees participate in the decision making or put the people under ease, so that there's no stressful environment. Now, he is a person who can inspire by understanding them and understanding the team strengths and weakness, and accordingly be assertive wherever situation demands. No, he is called as a leadership with emotional intelligence, or a EQ. Now, if you see this particular cartoon, you can see a person, the same thing that has to that one need to get done the work, the way it has been presented. No, effective lead is a one who tells that, see, do this work because only you can do it. He's trying to tell you in a positive way that you have the caliber and you can do it. That really motivates a person when a person tells that. Whereas if you see the other cartoon, do this work immediately. Yes, the same work, but the way it is being told, right? It matters. So that is what the way you need to imbibe as a leader. So this particular paper, leadership development, yes, will be, yeah. So where we'll be focusing on how we can develop a leader by understanding the roles and styles of a leadership under different situations. So we will be making you to understand these things, and we also will make you to understand what exactly the role of a leader is there in order to develop not only oneself as a leader but also how he will be developing the organization. So with this objective, this particular paper is no is presented to you or is being taught to you, right? So there are 5 outcomes that we are going to derive once we teach you this particular paper, depending upon the units that we teach you. In the first unit, it deals with the introduction of a leadership, where we are going to speak about the personality, the skills, the traits, the vision, no, the different aspects of leadership, yes, will be taught in the first unit. Second unit, it deals with the theories, various theories, because you need to understand how the theories have been developed initially, how from the great man theory to traits theory, and then how the situational leadership, the contemporary theories have come up. You need to have an understanding, basic understanding of that when you want to use them in the modern organization. So unit 2 deals with those theories. And unit 3, it flows down. Now, once you understand about a leader, about the theories, then how you go about developing an effective leaderships. Yes, so development of a leadership by various programs that are conducted, and how this succession, how do you choose a successor? So what are the characteristics of a successor should be there? And so we will be dealing about the leadership development section and followership in unit 3, where you will be able to analyze the impact of these leadership perspectives on the organization performance. That with that objective, we teach you the unit 3. And then unit 4 deals with how we will be re-engineering the mind. So at the end, we will be able to re-engineering your mindset, so that you understand what is a corporate culture, and then how you can be more productive. No, when you have that type of culture where you can come out, where you can use the maximum potential, so that with the teamwork you'll be able to produce the more, like generally they tell 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, but no, when you work as a team, you have that synergy effect, you'll be able to produce more than that. So these type of aspects, by building a culture, you will be able to understand when you go to an organization how you can have that mindset to be a very effective leader. And then the fifth unit, after we deal with that, you will be able to analyze the current issues which a woman faces, and then how a woman no, can overcome the barriers that they face when they are in the leadership position. So how they can take up the organization forward by being in the leadership position. So from the global perspective and the Indian perspective, you'll be studying this in this paper. So this is about leadership development paper, right? And then you have another paper in your semester 6, which is compensation management. Now, in this paper, as you know, compensation is a pay, the salary that you give to the employees when they work for the organization or when they contribute to the organization. So the way you're going to attract, retain, and motivate the employees in the organization is all about compensation management. So in this subject, we will be trying to make you to understand what is compensation management and its importance and principles, and how you go about designing a compensation system if you play a role of a HR in an organization, or a benefits manager as an in the organization, or a compensation manager. Right now, the compensation manager you have right now, happiness managers are also there, where you make people happy, right? So what are those things which which motivates the employees? We need to understand them, the benefits that we can give, the incentives that we can give. So with all taking into these considerations, how do you design a system? You will be able to understand understand that when you go through this paper. And also you'll be able to know what are the contemporary strategic compensation practices that are there, which are there in the unit 5. You'll be learning that, so you'll be able to identify them when you try to study this particular paper. So the first unit deals with the importance, the second unit deals with the basis of compensation, like we'll be touching upon the different types of the pay systems which are traditionally given, like as a senior, what is the seniority pay when you're there in the organization for a long time. Oh, what is that longevity pay, the merit pay when you perform? These are the traditional basis of compensation, which you'll be studying in unit 2. And unit 3, you'll be studying various incentives, individual incentives, group incentives. Then you'll be studying the organization wide incentives. No, so that when you go to an organization, so according to the need, what type of incentive system that you can devise, you'll be able to understand when you study this unit 3. And then unit 4, the total compensation system for different levels in the organization, for different positions, designations in the organization, you'll be able to design, taking into account the market, what is the rate that is going on, taking into account the individual contribution where you recognize them, and taking into account the worth of the job that is there. So these three things, taking into account how you're going to design the system, you'll be able to learn in this. And then last one is how, what are those contemporary practices that are there, like executive compensation, international compensation, and the compensation that is paid right now. We are telling it is a gig economy. Yes, gig economy, we are telling, where we try to concentrate more on the contingent workers, contract workers. So what is a compensation that you can pay to them? So what is the structure that you can have? So these things you need to understand if you are going to take the HR role in future in the organization. So, my dear students, these are the two papers I have discussed in semester 6, compensation management and leadership development. So, among these two, if you have any doubts later, after all the faculty no, presents the subjects, then we can have the queries, whatever you have. So, now over to Gracie ma'am, where she'll be discussing with you about managing of industrial relations. Gracie ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Anita ma'am. Good morning, my dear students. In fact, good afternoon, all of you. Yes, I'm here to talk about the management of industrial relations, which is one of your electives in the semester 5. Yes, this course, Management of Industrial Relations, will take you through acquainting you all with the concepts of industrial relations. When I say industrial relations, it is about all the relations that are maintained across the industry. When I say across the industry, that means across the corporate world. Whoever it is, all the super parties, all the participants of the business, they maintain relationship. Unless and until they maintain good relations, the business will not go on. So we are going to acquaint you with these concepts of industrial relations, and we also are going to, and the subject also deals with various laws which are covered, right, which cover the organizations for the welfare of the laborers. When I say laborers, it is right from the employers to the employees. So we'll be focusing on various legislations related to labor welfare and industrial laws. And in the unit 1, you'll be introduced to the concept of industrial relations and also industrial disputes. As long as people come from various backgrounds and work together, it is inevitable that they will have some disputes or difference of opinions, which may range from a small to major disputes. How to resolve these disputes, and what is the act that is established by the government of India to resolve these disputes, you're going to learn in Unit 1, along with the concept of industrial relations. And coming to Unit 2, you're going to learn about workers' participation in management. You will learn on how, to what extent workers can participate in management or managerial activities, and to what extent management participates in employee activities in the form of some schemes, in the form of some committees called work committees, joint management councils, and many other schemes. How does this workers' participation in management bring about smooth working of the organizations? And coming to Unit 3, you will be learning about Trade Unions Act 1926, which will enlighten you on the establishment of trade unions. Why did they evolve? What are the reasons behind it, behind evolution of trade unions? And what are the various trade unions at the national level, at the state level, and the unit level? and what are their functions and what is the purpose behind establishing this act called Trade Unions Act 1926, you will be learning. And coming to Unit 4, it is all about payment of wages to the workers. It covers the Payment of Wages Acts, right, 1936, and there is an act called Minimum Wages Act 1948, and many other provisions which are made by the government to protect the wages of the employees. It also covers the concepts of salary administration also, not only wage administration, salary, wage and salary administration, and put together you will be introduced to a term called compensation. Compensation management is another subject for you all, where a lot of elaboration is made about this wage and salary administration. Here, you will know how the government has, or how the times have come to a delineation of payment of wages to the workers, right? How they were paid in the beginning of industrial era, how are the employees being paid today, and what are the basis on which wages and salaries are paid. That you're going to learn in Unit 4. And coming to Unit 5, my dear students, you're going to learn the legal framework of Factories Act 1948, which covers the provisions made for the safety, security, health, and welfare of the industrial workers. Please remember, when I say industrial workers, it is right from the top management to the lowest level of management. All the employees are called industrial workers. They can be employers as well as employees or any other people who are related to the organization. So to protect their interests, to protect their safety and protect their health and look after the security, this act was formulated. You will be learning each provision made under this Factories Act 1948. Put together, my dear students, you'll gain complete knowledge on what is it that the government is doing for the laborers or the industrial workers, and how much are these industrial workers are getting protected by various labor laws or industrial laws, and what are the various legislations made. Legislations means legalizing the process, which is a compulsion, which is a mandate given by the government to cover the organizations. Usually, the public and private limited organizations are covered by these industrial laws. So, you will be having an extensive knowledge on, or gaining an extensive knowledge on, labor welfare and industrial laws through this subject, which will really help you in the real time situation. You may be an employer or an employee in an organization. The knowledge of this will take you a long way in continuing with your work in your business world. Thank you, my dear students. Hope you understood. Any doubts we shall address after all the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gracie ma'am.
Thank you.
Now I request Swapna ma'am, Rani ma'am. After Swapna ma'am has to leave, so after Swapna ma'am, you can do, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, Swapna ma'am, you can go ahead by explaining the two papers, training and development.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible and clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, good afternoon to all the students. So as informed by Professor Anita ma'am, right, so I'll be giving you all orientation on two subjects, that is in semester 5, training and development, and then semester 6, change management, right? So in semester 5, let us begin with this on training and development. So basically, I think everyone in this session are aware about what is training actually, and why training is really important for every individual. You can say it is not only for employees specifically in the organization, right? It is for every individual in order to develop their skills. So this particular course, that is training and development, is designed so that students will be able to understand the basic fundamental concepts related to training and development in this modern era, in this changing trends in the market environment. You can say, what is training all about? Why training is really important? So by the end of the course, you will be able to learn the basic concepts of training. See, why do you think training is really important? This you will be learning in the unit 1, that is introduction to training and development. As you all know, the training is really important in every organization for every individual in order to develop their competencies. You can say competencies are nothing but the knowledge, skills, abilities of an employee, in order to make sure productivity will be there ultimately at the end of the training program. So why training is really important? For what purpose? What are the reasons training is really required in the organization? And then Unit 2 comprises of training methods. So here After learning this particular course, students will be able to learn, able to understand, design, and also implement certain training methods. You will be able to evaluate as a future HR professional or as a training manager also. You will be able to evaluate and understand why and what different methods of training are really important. What method of training is to be specifically chosen for any team? Like we have different areas, right? Finance, HR, marketing, IT, in every organization, production. So what type of training program are really important for them? So you will be able to understand and you will be able to implement it within the organization also. And then unit 3 comprises of training climate, techniques, and instruments. So when it comes to training climate, techniques, and instruments, it gives you in-depth information about how to evaluate a training program. As you know, once the training program is implemented and completed, the work that is done by the HR manager doesn't end there. There is a lot of background work also which has to be done. Like before implementing a training program, a lot of planning work has to be done by the HR managers in the organization. And then after implementing the training program, it has to be evaluated because implementing the training program is nothing but a cost to the organization, right? So if the training program is really successful, how to evaluate the worth of the training program, because the organization will be incurring cost in order to implement, in order to make this training program successful. So what are the techniques which will be used in order to evaluate the training program? And the training programs are successful, then only we can see positiveness in the training climate that can be seen in the organization, right? Employees will feel motivated, productivity, output, attainment of goals and objectives can be seen. And then the next outcome is nothing but it is all about analyzing the various trends that takes place in the organization development program. See, when we talk about executive development, training is not specifically restricted to lower level employees in the organization. As you know, there are three levels in management hierarchy: top level, middle level, and lower level. So, the training basically that is provided to managers or top level management people in the organization, it is all about executive development. So, specifically for executive development, management development, what type of training programs are to be taken as an initiative, right? And then the last unit is all about organization development. So as you all know, assessing or analyzing the impact of training and development. Training and development really plays a very important role in order to ensure development growth of an organization takes place, because when employees are developed in the organization, when there is productivity, efficiency, and effectiveness in the organization, you can easily ensure that organization is developing towards a next level, right? So with this unit 5, you will be able to analyze how to, you will be able to find out how to analyze the impact of training and development and how it leads ultimately towards organization development. So with this particular paper, that is course training and development, you will be at the end of the course you will be able to learn the basic fundamental concepts about training. That is, what is training all about, what are different methods of training which HR managers has to choose in an organization for different levels of employees, and how the worth of training programs will be evaluated, what type of training programs are really important for managers in the organization, and finally how training will lead towards organizational development. Now, next. Yeah. So in semester 6, we have management change along with the other subjects, right? You all know what is change. Change is inevitable, right? Change is continuous. If you are not ready to accept the change that is taking place in the outside world, it means we are not effective and efficient in order to compete with the competitors, right? So we can see a lot of changes that are taking place in the outside market environment. When you take an example of any organization or any sector, right? A lot of technological advancements are taking place. So how employees have to cope up with the changes? It is also a challenging task for HR department in order to ensure employees will understand the change. See, the best example is because of this COVID-19 pandemic situation also, you have seen a lot of changes have been taken place in the HR policies, right? The way employees are working, like we have work from home facility which is given to employees, and other incentives, benefits are also provided to employees. How the recruitment process, interview process has changed completely. It is completely online. They are using online platforms in order to conduct the interviews, right? So how the HR managers will cope up with the change, how they manage the change is all about this subject. So by the end of the completion of this course, you will be able to learn why change is really important so that you will emerge as future successful leaders in the organization. So basically in unit 1, you will be learning about the introduction to change management. What is change? What are different types of changes? It is not that change is specifically restricted to one area, right? We have different areas in every organization, different domains in every organization. So according to the work, the type of change has to be chosen. So different types of changes will take place in the organization. What are those changes? Why change is really important? How to manage the change? And then unit 2 is all about execution of change. So please note that here, as you know, planning is the first foremost important function of management, right? So in order to implement the changes in the organization also, a lot of planning work has to be done by the HR managers or by the change managers, you can say, in the organization, the HR people who are responsible for implementing these changes in the organization. So what is the role of leaders exactly in order to bring out the changes? All that background work has to be done. So what is that planning work which is done in order to implement the changes successfully? And then unit 3 is all about resistance to change. If, for example, suddenly if I ask you to shift from finance department to HR department, obviously you will take some time in order to accept the changes, or initially you will resist towards accepting the changes, right, as an employee. So just imagine how challenging it is for HR managers in order to ensure, in order to make employees understand what is the change all about, right? And what is the importance of the change. It has to be communicated to the employees in a motivating way, right? And few employees will not accept the changes also. As a manager, it is your responsibility in order to clearly educate them, to bring awareness among them, to communicate efficiently and effectively in order to ensure employees will have positive opinion towards accepting the changes. And finally, once communication process is done, what is the role of HR in change management? When change is being implemented, also it is their responsibility to monitor the changes. If initially there are some deviations that are taking place in the planning part, execution of changes, what are those deviations? They have to control the deviations. They have to ensure the change is implemented successfully in the organization. So, what exactly is the role of a HR manager in leading towards the change management? And then finally, effectiveness of change. Effectiveness of change. What is the relevance of change with the organizational culture? So, when a change is taking place, it is not only that it creates an impact on the work process, right? It also creates an impact on the culture of the organization, climate of the organization, right? Organizational environment. So, how organizational culture is also related to the change management concept here. Ultimately, it is all about effectiveness of the changes which brings out positive uh, organizational culture and climate in the organization. So, this paper completely focuses on, in order to ensure what how challenging it is for HR managers to bring out the changes, to implement the changes, to convince the employees ultimately. Over to Anita ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Swapna ma'am. Yeah, and now we shall go to the last paper, which is there in semester 5, which Dr. Rani ma'am will be telling you all. Over to Rani ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so you have three choices of choosing one subject in HR. Okay, so first one is HR, B, second one is training and development, and third one is IRLL, industrial relations. Okay, as you can see. So these are the three subjects that are there in semester 5. So I'm explaining today about HRD systems and strategies. Okay, so if you know, right now we have a huge number of companies in T Hub. Okay, usually all the companies, maximum number of companies, approximately 80% of companies are IT companies. And you also know that among the 80% of IT companies that are there, almost 65 to 70% are failing in the first year of starting up the company. So why is this being there? What is the thing that people are not able to handle? Okay, as a part of IT specialization, you're all very adept in IT knowledge and languages and OS, operating systems, and everything else. So, as an individual person, you are able to work excellently on a given project or on any assignment that client is giving to you. But over the line, if you want to establish yourself a company, if you want to start a company of your own, or if you want to move out of your existing company with a few partners and then start up your own company, then why or how will you succeed in the running a company? Okay, so this is where HRD comes into play. Many entrepreneurs who have started the company, they were not able to manage the company. If you see, doing the work is very easy, but getting the work done by somebody else is really very difficult. Okay, so HRD systems and strategies is going to teach you how to manage employees, how to develop your employees, and how to develop yourself as well. Okay, so let us see the objective of the HRD systems. If you can see, it is to develop the skills, abilities, and the practical element of employee development. So, if you see yourself as an entrepreneur one day, if you see yourself running a successful IT company one day, or if you want to work in an IT company at a managerial level, like an MD or CEO or something like that, then this is what you need to study. Okay, this subject will help you how to develop a climate in the organization, how to make the employees work, how to develop the employees. Suppose if you have got a new project in a new language, are your employees really ready to learn the new language and shift to the core or something like that? Or they reluctant? No, no, we want to stick to our age old profile. Okay, so like that, it is IT is about continuous development. So HRD is a subject that will teach you how to develop your employees, how to develop yourself. As you all know, IT is a continuously moving on industry. You one language that is prevalent today may not exist tomorrow. So, how far can you take up, or how far can you carry on with the languages that you know, or with the knowledge that you know, without developing yourself? Okay, so the subject is focused majorly on the concept of HRD, development of people, development of yourself, development of people under you, and development of people also above you. Okay, so what is HRD process? Means, do we really need to learn, continuously learn? Do we really need to learn a new language to survive? Is it really going to work? For example, SAP was there, Oracle was there. Are they really working right now? Absolutely not. So some may say, yeah, they are successful. Some may say they are not successful. But we keep on moving on. So new languages are emerging. So what is the process of HRD that you should be adapting yourself to, or adapting your teammates? If you are a team lead, if you are a manager in a successful IT firm, then how will you make your team to learn a new language, to process something new? So this is called as HRD process. How will you make them learn, or how will you make them train? First of all, you should analyze whether these people are in real necessity of training or not. Then you should be able to provide them the correct training. For example, there are many trainers who will give you a training, but not many are effective. So as a part of HRD process, you will be learning how to design a HRD programming also. For example, if you are going for an IIM, or if you are going for a business school, then we expect certain level of things to be learned by us, or we get a lot of knowledge or something like that. So in designing a program, what will you look into? Will you take some random trainer to give training to your employees or to your team members, or how will you design the program? That will be covered in the third unit. The next one is HRD climate. There is something called learning climate, continuous learning climate. Especially in IT industry, this is a top notch mandatory point. So How will you create a learning climate? Suppose if an employee is very lazy, he doesn't want to move to the new process. For example, at a time there was a manual testing and automative testing. Many people did not want to move from manual testing to automative testing. Why? Because they were in a comfort zone. So if you are in their place, what will you do? So establishing a learning climate, pushing the employees to achieve a greater scale is what you will be learning in fourth unit. The next one is diversity of workforce. With the advent of IT industry in Hyderabad, we see that many global companies have come into Hyderabad. Now there is no longer US based company, UK based company, Australian based company or something like that. We have clients globally. We have people who are in our team with a global experience. So suppose if you have a Japanese client, if you have a US client, if you have a British client, how are you going to deal with them? Do you practice their policies also, or will you only stick to your rules? So, this is what is explained in diversity of workforce. Especially in MNCs, if your team size is consisting of 40 members or 80 members, then expect minimum of 10 to 20 people from outside nations, for example, US or UK or Germany or any nation. You will have a vast variety of people in your team. So this is what will be explained in diversity of workforce. So I urge you all to focus on this subject and try to learn and try to enroll for it if given a chance, or if you find it ideal for your study. Okay, Anita ma'am.
Yeah. So, dear students, thank you, Rani ma'am, for explaining the subject on HRD. So, students, so you have 6 papers. Now, in semester 5, you have 3, and semester 6, you have 3. Now, you need to choose one among semester 5 and one among semester 6. Any one paper if you choose HR as one of your specialization. Got it? So, in these 3 papers, any one. In these 3 papers, any one. Okay. If you have any doubts regarding that, you can just raise. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next session, marketing session. Okay, fine. Smriti ma'am, you can take over.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Students, now we'll be having marketing orientation. Srinivas sir, Martin sir,
Yeah. Yes, madam. Good afternoon.
please take over the session, sir.
Martin, sir, can I continue now with your permission? Hello. Martin, sir, can I continue now, or you want me to continue, or you would like
No,
to?
you continue, sir. You continue, sir. Just relevance of marketing in for a brief 2 3 minutes. Then you continue all the papers. Then I continue at the end.
Okay, 3 subjects you will be taking, now.
Yeah. 3I, 3U.
Yeah. Fine. Thank you, sir. Okay. Who is this presentation? Can you stop presenting, madam?
Yeah,
Anita, madam. Yeah.
I'll just inform ma'am. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, madam.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, IT students.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Right. So, why we need to focus on marketing? Why marketing is important? See, definitely because every company manufactures the product, who prepare the product, or who process the services. After that, ultimately, what happens? You need to sell it to the consumers outside the market. So that is what is very, very important. Okay. Have you found any difference in the marketing process, before pandemic, after pandemic? So what are the changes you found? Can anyone point out, list out any of the points? 1 or 2 points. Have you found any changes after the pandemic? Or at least, can anyone tell me what are the changes you observed, uh, your father's era and your era right now? So what are the differences you found? Have you observed any changes in the market?
There
The
has been
prices have
different.
gone high, sir.
I'm sorry, students, can you come again?
The prices have gone high, sir.
Okay, prices are gone high, right? Next.
The methods of marketing the products are different.
Okay, okay,
Lot of competition.
okay. Have you seen any change in pattern of buying behaviors of the consumers? The purchasing behavior of the consumers, have you seen a shift in the pattern of consumer buying behavior, shift of buying behaviors? Earlier, consumers used to get a 360-degree experience. They used to go physically and they used to buy. But right now, what is the shift you observe? Every consumer is
All
buying
based online.
online, because
Yes.
if you see your father's era, maybe 1980s and 70s, so the less awareness among the consumers. But right now, the modern consumers is aware of all types of the brands and the products and its competitors. What is this? Because of the digitalization. You understand? Customization, customerization, digitalization, you understand? And the purchasing behavior of the consumers also change. Right now, most of the consumers are buying through online retailers, through online retails. So online retails through the online websites, otherwise, through mobile phone, and on the fingertip, what happened, you have an access to the all the markets. What are the product you want to buy, you can buy. And the payment methods also, it becomes very easy right now. Earlier, what happened, you used to spend the money physically, you used to give. Right now, what happened, you have the what now, because of electronic data interchange, electronic fund transfer, you're transferring all the amount through the online payments also happening. It becomes very easy also. Online exchange, online, you understand. So there's a lot of shift is there, my dear students. So right now, people are giving a lot of importance, because earlier, the huge importance was given to newspaper advertisement, magazine advertisement, television advertisement, and radio advertisement. So why I'm talking about this advertisement, why I'm talking about the different branding concept. In the 5th semester, we have the subject name is called advertising and brand management. So these things are very, very important, because advertising, you can see people are talking right now called content marketing. People are calling like tag marketing, meta tag marketing, video marketing, and picture marketing, referral marketing, email marketing, correct or not? WhatsApp marketing, SMS marketing. These are all the latest developments right now you could see. So the advertisement scope has been increased comparing to the earlier, whereas people used to spend a huge amount of the money on the 1 or 2 media. But right now, what happened? We are calling as the integrated marketing communication. So integrated marketing communication is nothing but companies are concentrating on the various age groups of the people, so different genders of the people, and the types of the consumers also, their backgrounds. Let's take very good example, 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, prime time. A prime time, what happened, if the guy is staying in Hyderabad, he is an urban customer. A urban customer preferences, awareness process, thinking process, choice of buying, you understand, buying decisions will be different from semi-urban customers and rural customers. But how to reach all these customers? So definitely there is a weapon called advertisement, which we can also call it as marketing communication. So we'll also call it as promotion. It's a process of communicating about companies and products and services to the target audience. Is called the consumers. Under that, we are supposed to talk about advertisement, person selling, direct marketing, sales promotion, publicity, and public relation. So these are all including all these things called promotion mix. So promotion mix is the communication package which consists of all these different types of the channels. Because I'll tell you, 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock, when you're broadcasting a new movie and the television show, which is called prime time movie, because all customers may not watch the same movie at that particular time. All customers may not available at that particular time. In that particular case, what do you need to do? You need to deal different categories of the customers. So they're based on their taste, preferences, the time, you understand. Accordingly, what happened, you need to concentrate on the customers differently. One type of the customer to another type of the customers. If you want to understand the customers, so there's certain characteristics you need to understand. What are the characteristics? Personal characteristics, cultural characteristics, psychological characteristics, and social characteristics. What are the personal characteristics? Age, gender, income, family size. When it comes to psychological characteristics, learning, okay, motivation, perception. When it comes to culture, beliefs, values, customs, norms, okay, all these things. Social characteristics, referral group, family members, social status of the people. All these things plays an important role on the consumers. But if you want to impact on the consumers, a strong message which can influence, a type of the techniques, communication technique which is going to influence on the customers to create the awareness, to make the consumers to persuade about the product, to make the consumers to remind about the product. All these things plays an important role with the one subject that is called advertising and brand management, which we are going to talk right now. So I'm just going to present my screen. Advertising and brand management is the subject, is the wonderful subject in the 5th semester when it comes to marketing specialization students, my dear friends. So types of the advertisements are important because right now, as I told you, personal advertisement, middleman advertisement, manufacturer advertisement. So there are the different types of the advertisements will be there, my dear friends. All these types of the advertisement you need to understand. And every time what happened when you go to YouTube channel, if you type a sentence called award winning advertisement in the last 10 years, we could see so many advertisement companies who won the advertisement awards in the different areas. Innovative advertisements, okay, creative advertisement, fear advertisement, psychological advertisement, emotional advertisement, romantic advertisement. So there's a different types of the appeals, there's a different types of the layouts, there's a different types of the creativity, there's a different types of the media scheduling, planning, you understand. All these things plays an important role, my dear friends. So because of that, what happened, and sometimes what happened, advertisement agencies also plays an important role. Because being a company, you are not a specialist. You are not a specialist on designing the advertisement. You don't know how to catch the attention of the consumers. There are the specialists, we'll call it as agents, advertisement agencies. So these people will use because they have a lot of knowledge in the market. I want to tell you a very good example. There's a model which was given by the Dogmer. Russell Coley was written a book, Dogmer, okay, defining advertisement goals for measuring advertising results. So in that he proposed the different types of the models. So one of the model I want to tell you is the model name is called IDA: attention, interest, desire, and action. Because if you see, Russell Coley was written a book on Dagmar approach, 1952. Before that, what happened? There was no objective for any type of the advertisement which was broadcasted through the media. But right now, if you could see, lot of awareness among the advertisement agencies, even the companies who want to sell the products and services into the market, they were very much aware of this IDA model. That's what happened. Whatever the content they want to deliver, whom they want to target, they are very specific right now after following this Russell Coley's Dagmar approach, defining advertising measures for measuring advertising results, that is called IDA model: attention, interest, and desire and action. Right now what happened, they are making all different types of the advertisement. As I told you, different types of the layouts are the different types of the creative tactics what they are using, different types of the scheduling, planning, media planning, supporting media. All these things can be planned right now in order to create an impact on the consumers. So my dear friends, this advertisement is the subject and branding subjects plays an important role. So supporting media includes personal selling, okay, internet marketing, okay, referral marketing. These are all social media marketing, okay, tag marketing, meta tag marketing, okay, keyword marketing. These are all wonderful because most of the companies Every company right now, whoever is doing the business online, they are going for Google AdWords. What happened? They want to know what age group of the customers is visiting, what age group of the customers is planning to inquire about the product, what type of the customers, which place of the customers, what is the geographical conditions, everything, this analytical data they are getting. And you see, advertisement also, there is a shift is there. What is the shift? Digital advertisement. Okay. And the digital advertisement, there is a one more function was added, advertising analytics. It's one of the beautiful field right now, because every company is hiring SEOs, okay, search engine optimization specialist. Their role is what happened, they're going to track all this type of the data. Based on this periodical data, this analytical data, people are going to spend the money on increasing the advertisement, allotting the budget, advertising budgets, so taking the advertisement plans, all these things which can be possible through the advertisement. So that's what in advertising you have a lot of future in the coming days, comparing to the earlier days. And next topic is called brand management. Absolutely, what happened? There's a out of 100 water bottles when you're going to place in the supermarket, you want to purchase Baslery water bottle. So branding plays an important role. Branding, packing, labeling are the silent salesmen. Okay, you see, when a sales executive is supposed to, he is going to refer the particular brand, the brand characteristics, the advantages and the pros and cons about the product he'll be explaining. Similarly, what happened if the customer is aware of the certain kind of the brands? So if you place hundreds of the brands in the supermarket also, you're going and picking, and the brand identity is very, very important. What is called as the brand? According to American Marketing Association, a brand is a name, sign, term, or the symbol, combination of all, which are used to identify the brand, intended to identify the brand and differentiate from your competitors. So that's what brand plays an important role. So as I told you, there's a different brands and a different tactics. One of the thing I want to tell you, there is a brand name is called Head and Shoulders. What does it mean? You see, the brand name is suggesting the customers, brand name Head and Shoulders, whom, oh, no, what type of the customers, which gender customer will be having the hair from head to shoulders? Female. Female, head to shoulders. What type of the customers will be having the this hair, long hair? Head and Shoulder is a brand, and you see the brand which is going to sell into the market. Adidas, a famous sports, you understand, utility products company. What is it selling? Always I dream about sports. Anand Milk Union Limited, Amul, Madras Rubber Factory. All these companies, what they're doing, absolutely, they're creating the brand. With the brand, they're selling the product like anything. You don't, I don't know whether you are aware or not. There's a pickle which was started in Hyderabad called Priya Pickle, which is a globally recognized pickle, which was started by Ramoji Rao long back. You see, the pickle is globally identified right now. Priya Pickle. Priya pickle, you can see the Surya pickle, you understand kind of the spices, sometimes the kind of the brand, how that is, Nestle noodles, Maggie noodles. Maggie is one of the international brand. It's a global brand. You understand how you can able to reach the customers, you can convince the customers to buy. Though companies or the retailers are trying to push another products also, but the customers is recognize the brand with the help of the brand name. Customers can be recognized the brand with the help of the color. If you go to rural India, अरे भाई साहब थोड़ा लाल वाला साबुन देना. So लाल वाला साबुन बोले तो it's a Lifebuoy soap. अरे भाई साहब थोड़ा 5 रुपए का चाय पत्ता देना. And you see the brands which is establishing the association and the relationship with the customers with the help of the characteristics, brand personality, you understand. So these things are very, very important, because certain kind of the characteristics. So the branding also very, very important. Brand manager is a plenty of jobs are available in the companies right now. The role of the brand manager is establishing the brand name, changing the packing, changing the labeling, creating the attention, retaining the customers, adding the brand, dropping the brand, modifying the brand. You understand? All these things can be possible with the help of the brand manager. So establishing the brand equity in the market, creating the brand awareness. You understand? Brand retention, brand extension, all these kinds of the wonderful branding concepts, branding strategy concept, my dear friends, you're going to learn this. Branding and advertisement will go together, because when you create an awareness, how to create an impression in the market, you understand, minds of the customers, through different types of the promotion activities. Okay, different types of the positioning strategies. What is called as the positioning? Placing the product in the minds of the consumers. So let us take, we have the n number of the brands which are listed in the area of the milk products. Suppose I want to buy the milk, which branded product comes to your mind? I'll say that, one of the product called, what is the product? Heritage. Let us take in Hyderabad. Why it is coming? It's placed in the minds of the customers. Heritage is the local product, which is the product from, you understand, which group? Nara Chandrababu Naidu is the ex-CM of the company, Telugu states. You understand, something like, which is positioned in the minds of the customers. So like that brand can be establishing, you understand, anything you can see, the kind of the symbol you will identify that brand. Correct or not? Certain kind of the people, I know that, Apple iPhone, if you compare the Apple iPhone and the Google Pixel, or if you can go for the OnePlus phone, understand, all comparing to these Apple, these companies are having the more sophisticated features. But still, what happened? Most of the companies are going for the Apple phones, Apple products. Why? Because the power of the brand, the power of the symbol, the power of the label, the power of the name is very, very important. Correct or not? So because of that, branding strategies, advertisement strategies, which plays an important role, my dear friends. The subject is very, very important, which is there in the 5th semester of your BBA. So this advertisement and brand management is very creative and innovative. Definitely every management student should know, though you are having the dual specialization with the finance and the other areas also. Obviously, what happened, you should know how to promote your products, how to create an awareness among the products. So what are the different types of the appeals you need to adapt? I'll tell you, there is an advertisement which is called, making the alert among the consumers, and which is sometimes called as the emotional advertisement and surprising advertisement also. So this long back, to create an awareness among the citizens, government of India has adapted one of the strategy called Puli Raja ke AIDS Ostunda. So Puliraja is a different guy, AIDS Ostunda in Telugu. Puliraja is affected by the AIDS. In order to spread awareness among on AIDS, if you directly talk on AIDS, those days, sometimes what happened, right now there's a lot of changes in the markets. People are aware on sex education because everyone knows well. But long back, if you see last 20 years back, no one used to open the mouth to talk about the sex education on AIDS. But right now, what happened? Puli Raja ke AIDS Ostunda. People started talking, Puli Raja. Who is this Puli Raja? So on the name of Puli Raja, people started talking about the AIDS. So that's why government of India is created an awareness among the people. Such kind of, emotional, thrilling, you understand, surprising, okay, all different types of the advertisement, all this very creative work. Okay, all these things you're going to learn in the subject called advertising and brand management subject. So moving forward, there's another subject from the 5th semester. So we have 3 subjects. One is advertising and brand management, distribution and logistics management. The other subject is called marketing of services. So when it comes to marketing of services in the 5th semester, so services marketing also one of the important subject. If I'm talking about the pen, what is the pen? It is the tangible. Okay. So talk about the insurance product. It is intangible. So when the pen is there, let's take, you just go to bookshop. What do you do generally being a customer? You take the pen, you try to experience the pen. How do you experience with the pen? You write on the rough paper, you understand, you do something. Okay, after that, what happened? The refill, you understand, the pen, you'll see the kind of the, you understand. Yeah, can someone put on mute? Excuse me. Yeah. Martin sir, mute lo పెట్టండి. Okay, you understand, my dear friends, service is very, very important. Why? Because, intangible thing. How do you sell which physically you cannot shown to the customers? It's very difficult. So that is what very challenging. Right now, I'll tell you some of the areas which is very, very important, and the market is growing like anything. Banking and insurance sector. So banking and insurance sector comes under the service sector. Hospital and health sector, which comes under the service sector. Tourism and transportation, which comes under the service sector. There's a plenty of jobs are available in this particular area, my dear friends. So which you cannot show physically, but these things are required to the consumers. How do you convince the consumers to buy? How do you make the consumers? How do you explain? How do you convince? How do you target? How do you position? How do you segment the consumers? How you do deliver? How do you maintain the quality? Okay, all these things plays an important role, my dear friends. So service marketing is the one of the important subject, because if you see, before 2000, there was a one company in India called LIC, Life Insurance Corporation of India. Their GDP is less than 1% in our Indian GDP, gross domestic product. But right now, if you could see in 2021, in our GDP, gross domestic product, because of the private players' entry in India, the GDP contribution from the insurance sector has gone up to 22% right now, in the year 2021 right now. And you see a lot of private players who entered into the market, and you see the power of the service. When you buy the mobile phone, you will go for the insurance. When you buy the house, insurance. When you buy the vehicle, you will go for the insurance. When you go for anything, any costly item, you will go for the insurance. Insurance plays an important role. I'm just giving an advantage. Okay, how many times you buy a four-wheeler car in your lifetime? Once or twice, but how many times it get repaired, or how many times it required a service? That is important. And you see how service is important. Right now, you can take good example about our education sector. Online advertisement, online education, flexi education. Right now, people are completing their degrees during this pandemic. So this pandemic has, because of the pandemics, all the learning courses has become like in a distance education learning courses also, because everyone is using the different types of the platforms to deliver the content. You understand, people are completing their certification programs and their graduation and their post graduation through the apart from this, there's very interestingly, I'll tell you a very interesting story of the service marketing. So there is an institution called Bangalore, Triple IT Bangalore. So Triple IT Bangalore, and there is an institution called Upgrade. So Upgrade is an institution which is the certificate courses offering company. So this company generally deliver the content through online. They'll issue the certification, course completion certification after completion of the course by the candidates. So these two companies right now, they came together. They're offering 10 months to 12 months PG diploma course in data science through online. It is equivalent to regular. And because of this, what happened, as of now, 272 students are enrolled, 230 students are completed. Out of that, 170 students are working on the analytics course on various organizations. This is the statistics as for the Upgrade. When you go to Upgrade website, you will get all these kind of the statistics. And apart from that, they are giving the other additional facility called, you will get an alumni status in the Triple IT Bangalore also. And you see the power of the service. Earlier, what happened, if you want to get service, physical presence are required. But right now, what happened, people are trying to process through without your physical presence also, online virtual mode also. They're delivering, they're convincing, they're making the money, they're doing the business. So one of the best business right now in India is called service industries, saloon shop, beauty clinics, transportation industries, consultancy services. All these things are growing like anything, my dear friends. So, but there are the challenges, because as you buy the pen, TV, all these things, what happened, 360 degrees, you can experience. After that experience, you can buy. After trial, you can buy. But these service industries are the different challenges: intangibility, inconsistency, inseparability, inventory. Because of these challenges, the 4 P's has been extended to 7 P's: product, price, place, promotion. These things as extended because of these challenges. What I said, the characteristics of the service marketing are the challenges of service marketing. What is service? Intangible, unidentifiable, which is a inner satisfaction of the consumers. It's not like the marketing. Like the marketing, you can see when you exchange the products and services, So you can see the characteristics, okay, then you can buy. But when you talk about the services intangible, which is the inner satisfaction of the consumers, it's very difficult. But huge number of the jobs which is coming right now from the service sector comparing to the manufacturing sector. We have the very less manufacturing sector, but there is a huge growth in the service sector. If you go to SML companies, small, medium, and large companies also, all these companies, right now India, there's a plenty of, there's a lot of growth in the service sector compared. How many hospitals? I know, I'll tell you a very good example. When I was a small kid, I used to have the only one doctor. He used to visit the, you understand, village every day in the morning and evening. He's called as RMP. But right now, what happened? You have the specialist for the nose, teeth, mouth, ears. You understand, heart. Okay, mind. You understand, different specialists are available, and you can see how services has been growing. You understand, because earlier what happened? If you want to travel by the bus, you used to have the red bus or the green bus, Palle Velugu bus. But right now you can see luxury bus, super luxury bus, semi-sleeper, sleeper coach, caravans. You understand? Okay, all different types of the services which are growing like anything, my dear friends. So right now there's a plenty of hotel industry. You see, earlier we used to have the Andhra Bhojanam, but right now you can see different types of the food is available. All different types of the continental food is available right now. If you come about the stay also, earlier you used to have the different types of the lodge and all, but right now what happened? You have the different types of the ambience and different types of the rooms and hotels which are there, which are making a lot of business. You see, Hyderabad itself, we used to have the Taj Dakkan and Taj Banjara. But right now, you see, Westin, Lemon Tree, Red Fox, kind of the 7-star hotels and 5-star hotels. There's a plenty of hotels has been increased. It's growing like service industry. So there is a lot of jobs are there in the service industry if you can focus, my dear friends, especially as I told you, because you see, when every year companies will come for the hiring also, most of the companies are looking from the service sectors only. Okay, medical transcription companies, outsourcing companies, okay, business process manufacturing management companies, all these companies which is growing in this service sector, my dear friends. So that's what I can say, that you are going to have a nice time, nice experience with the different types of the services, service marketing mix, service delivery schemes, service strategies, service in the different areas, sectors. I can say all these things. You're going to get a plenty of experience with the help of the subject called marketing of services. This is also one of the wonderful subject in the fifth semester. Okay, so moving forward from my quota, sixth semester, I'm going to talk about the one subject is called consumer behavior. As I asked you, before starting the session, as I asked some of the questions, have you found any change in the consumer buying behavior, pattern of buying, preferences of the consumers? This absolutely there is a change. There is a shift of the consumers. I'll tell you, in my apartment, because earlier, people used to go to Thursday market, Thursday vegetable market, or Sunday vegetable market, or the Saturday vegetable market. These housewives are shifted to what, sir? Digital. So digital platform they moved. Until there is a lot of change. Until there's a lot of change in the consumer behavior. What is called the consumer behavior? The consumer behavior is the process of the study about how the consumer choose, select, use, dispose of the product. So entire process, you are going to learn about the consumers, how we make the decisions, how we choose the product, how we get the awareness, from where we collect the data, how we select the product, how we buy the product, how we use the product, how we dispose the product. All these kind of the steps you need to learn, because being a marketer, you must know, if you can understand the characteristics of the consumers, you can able to create lot of profits to the company. That you can create, my dear friends. Otherwise you can, though you have very good products and services also, you cannot make the profits in the market. So because of that, my dear friends, understanding the consumers mindsets is very, very important. I'll tell you a very good example. There's one of the psychologists is called Russian psychologist. Mr. Pavlov was conducted a classical conditioning theory is called, okay, he was conducted an experiment with the dog and bone. It might be studied in your school levels also. Same thing, what happened, people are experimented in advertisement. So 7:30, I'm just talking about the 20 years back. We used to, not 20 years, 30 years back, 1992. Yeah. So 1992, there is a lot of revolution in the digital cable sector because of the Z televisions. So G company launched so there are a lot of channels in the other languages. So from that, actually, what happened, we moved to right now the personal OTT platforms of the DTS sector, directed home, all these kinds of things. But earlier, what happened, we used to have the only one channel is called Doordarshan. So Doordarshan, when you used to, rural India especially, it was conducted by the so many professors. So 7:30, the news used to be broadcasted. The moment 7:30, when they listen the news channel sound, and the husband used to tell the wife to bring the food, and you see classical conditioning. When you see the advertisement, the saliva will come. You understand? You will feel kind of the saliva. And it's a kind of an experiment. When you see the advertisement, you go and buy the thumbs up. You go and buy the Coke. You go and buy something. And you see kind of the experiment. That's a power, because in consumer behavior, you will be learning about motivational theories, personality theories, attitude theories. Okay. Apart from this, what happened? There is the families. India is having, according to ORG mark, Operation Research Group, India is having 90% of the families in India are wife dominant families. Wife will control the husband with the eyebrows. You understand? So this is the study. You understand? I'm just talking. So India is having the families called wife dominant families, husband dominant families, kids dominant families, children dominant families also. Children also, sometimes what happened, you want to buy the red color car. Your child will tell, daddy, Raju's father brought a big white color or the maroon color car. They're going to influence you. Even wife also going to influence you. Your parents are going to influence you. Your colleagues are going to influence you. Your colleagues are going to influence you. Understand? These are a lot of influences will be there. Okay. So these are influences you need to study. What type of the families, what are the reference groups, all these things, what are the conditions, what are the models, what are the theories, what are the attitudes, what are the personality theories, what are the motivational theories. Apart from this, there is the beauty about the consumer behavior subject is that you are going to learn about, there are the models, plenty of models are there. There are the models which are there in the consumer behavior subject. We have the model called black box model. You understand? There is a model called Harvard model. Okay. There is a model called economical model. Okay. There's a model called consumer decision models. There's a plenty of model which has done the experiment on the different types of the consumers and the different areas. Okay. So because of this, see, there is a different areas called adoption process, buying process, retention process, post-purchasing behavior, pre-purchasing behavior, evaluation process, data collection process. All these things plays an important role. That is the beauty about the consumer behavior subject. If you can't study this consumer behavior subject, you cannot become the good marketer. So because of that, what I suggest, my dear friends, according to my quota, so I feel that I felt that I did justice to create the awareness among you guys to choose a different subjects according to your interest. I spoke about advertising and brand management, marketing of services, and consumer behavior. Thank you very much for the organizers, especially Anita Madam, Professor Anita Madam, okay, Dean and Director PG Admissions, and also I thank Orientation Committee, especially Smriti Madam, continuously following up, and taking the feedback. Okay, giving us instructions, allotting all these things. A special thanks to Smriti Madam also for reminding us, organizing, taking a lot of patience. Okay, Smriti Madam, okay, course coordinator for BB Analytics, IBM coordinator. Okay, then all the other organizers and my colleagues. Thank you very much. Good luck to students. Thank you. I'll see you in the 5th semester. Okay, thank you. I request Martin to orient on the other 3 subjects. Martin sir, thank you very much. Over to you. Martin sir, are you there?
Yes, sir, he's there with me. Okay, I'll be orienting on DSM and he will be orienting on the other subjects. Okay. Yes, students, as informed by Srinivas sir has dealt with advertisement and brand management, marketing services, and consumer. And I'll be sharing with the other marketing subjects. Yeah, distribution and supply chain management. Students, those students who are opting this course, generally the job opportunities for this course are very tremendous. Generally, students who are very much expertise in this subject are they are generally placed as export managers, international managers, logistics managers, etc. Now, jumping into a subject. Okay, the focus of this subject, I mean the course objective of this subject is to give you basic knowledge on distribution channels and supply chain. You might be hearing about wholesalers and retailers you come across in a day-to-day life, but here you will be learning how this is important when it comes to the business perspective. Okay, and if you look at the syllabus point of view, the first unit is introduction to the channel management. Here you will be learning about the different channels like one channel, two channels, and three channels. And the second unit, you will be learning about the different types of wholesalers and retailers, and what is their roles and duties and responsibilities in the distribution channel. And in the third unit, as we have mentioned in the subject, that is distribution and supply chain. Here we will be talking about the basics of supply chain management, how supply chain management is important, and how it is related to the marketing, and what are its functions concerned with other marketing functions also. In the fourth unit, students, you will be learning about the importance of demand and supply. What are the different types of techniques involved in demand and different and in the supply, and how do you match them both together. So it is very, very important. So you'll be learning in unit 4. And unit 5, whatever you have learned in unit 1, 2, 3, and 4, you will implement those things in unit 5. And apart from this, you will also learn what are the recent changes and trends that are involved in supply chain management. Okay, so this is from distribution and supply chain management, students. And I will give the next subject to Martin sir. He'll be handling on CRM and international marketing.
Hello, dear students. I'll orient you on customer relationship management. It is basically called as the CRM. Okay. Now, the thing is, we all understand customer is important. Now, how do we establish the relationship with him so that we will have endless business with him over a period of time? So, for that, there is a process called CRM process, which will take care of this. In this 5, see, I'll be brief because we are running away with the time. So we'll have 5 units in this. The first one talks about the fundamentals are evaluation, or you can say introduction to CRM. In that, what is CRM, what is the scope, what are the types of that will be dealt, okay, in detail in the thing. Now the second unit will talk about one moment. See, the second unit will talk about CRM concepts. Okay, in that CRM concept, what are the various concepts which are available? So how it is going to be applied in our practical this thing life, business life. Okay, so I'll be very brief. And the third one talks about CRM planning, or planning for CRM, or whatever you can call. Okay, in CRM planning, what will happen? How do you plan for a particular organization? It depends on various organizations. The planning can be different. Okay, for a services company it can be different, for a product company it can be a different one. The fourth one talks about the CRM and then marketing strategy. Now when you talk about CRM and then marketing strategy, okay, now what are the various types of strategies which you apply while utilizing CRM to the fullest, so that CRM will give you the efficiency, or what you call efficacy, okay, and then which will bring a lot of revenue to the company. The fifth one is, when you plan, how do you implement CRM, what are the problems which are faced. So these things are basically dealt, and then there, if any issues are there, they will be really taken off. Okay, this is in brief, very briefly I have spoken about CRM, or customer relationship management, then which will be talked in detail in the classroom. Okay, Now the last one is about international marketing. So see, as we all understand today, the business is international. That's how it is called as a global business. See, a person who is sitting in Hyderabad can also trade with the far corner of the globe. So in this international marketing, the various aspects I'll cover in brief. The first one talks about introduction to international marketing. In that, what is international marketing? What is the growth or importance? What are the challenges which we face while doing international marketing? And then certain basic aspects of, let's say, targeting, marketing, all those are dealt. Now, the second unit talks about international product and pricing. See, as you all understand, I still remember one. The products which are available in Western countries or European countries may not be available here, and even if they are available here, the quality may be different. So, one thing is that the products which are available there are available here. There are various differentiations. So, in that context, the product and pricing policies. How do you price it differently? How do you produce the product differently for various markets? Okay. Now, unit 3 will be talking about international marketing channel policy. Okay, this talks about, as it is said, like dealers, distributors, retailers, wholesalers. How do you manage them? It is something like channel management kind of thing. The fourth one talks about international promotional policy. As you all understood in basics of marketing, promotion is one area where which will keep pushing the product to the fullest. So in these, you have something like advertising, sales promotion, sales force, so other promotional tools which will make use for international market. Kindly remember, international marketing is altogether a different ball game. Like so, the fifth unit talks about the infrastructure, wherein you will have international marketing is consists of exports and imports. What are the various issues are there? What are the various let's say kind of infrastructure, in the sense maybe documentation, permissions, and all those things. So this is the fifth unit which talks about institutional infrastructure. So this is in brief, we are talking about international marketing. So with this, Anita ma'am, we have come to the conclusion of the let's say marketing electives. Finally, I just talk about one thing. In semester 5, you have ABM, advertising and brand management. You have DSM, like distribution and supply chain, DCM, as distribution and supply chain in management, and marketing of services is available in 5th. While in 6th, you have CB, consumer behavior, CRM, customer relationship management, and IM is international marketing. Smriti madam, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts regarding marketing specialization. Over to you, ma'am. Smriti ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we would like to thank Professor Srinivas sir, Martin sir, and Martin Maisa sir for orienting the students on marketing electives. Now we will be having orientation on finance electives. Ganesh sir? Ganesh sir? Just give me a minute, students. Ganesh sir?
Yes, madam. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear students. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we will start this. Vandana ma'am is there?
No, sir.
Okay, take care. Shall we start then?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sharing the screen. Can see, dear
Yes, sir.
students? Yeah. So welcome to the finance orientation, online orientation program on its finance specialization for BBA IT. Presently, we are doing for BBA IT, right? Okay. So what are the specializations we offered? or we, as we know that we will offer finance, HR, marketing, and information technology for IT and business analytics for BA students. Okay. IT starting. Right, right. So this is basically, we have, these are the specializations in our college, and even for BBA financial markets, they have financial market specializations. Okay. Then what is an objective of this session? Why we are conducting this program today is to orient students upon selecting the subject related to the finance specialization. And outcomes of this session, at the end of the session, you will be able to select or outline selection of the subject in related to the finance domain, and to sketch his career prospects in regard with choosing finance specialization at graduation UG level. So you will be understanding those all things after completing this session today, whatever the time we are given for. Okay. So when you consider subjects, dear students, please listen carefully at this particular slide, which is very important. In fifth semester and sixth semester, what are the finance subjects we have? Are in fifth semester we have financial systems and institutions, international finance, and investment management. Out of these three, you can select any one. A student can select any one out of these three in the fifth sem. Okay. If you're selecting financial systems and institution in fifth sem, then in your sixth semester you need to select financial services. That is for sure. If you're selecting this subject in fifth sem, then in sixth sem you need to study financial services. In fifth, if you are taking international finance, then in sixth it will be automatically international financial management. In fifth, if it is investment management, in sixth we will take security analysis and portfolio management. So while selecting in the fifth sem itself, you please be clear. Okay, if you want, for example, in fifth sem you have selected financial systems and institutions. Sixth sem you cannot select security analysis and portfolio management. Understood? If you want SAPM in the sixth sem, select IM in the fifth sem. If you want international financial management in the sixth sem, in the fifth sem it should be international finance. In the sixth, if you want to study financial services, in its fifth, you need to go with financial systems and institutions. Okay, hope I'm clear with this one, right? Any doubts up to here, dear students?
No, sir.
Yeah. So what are the career prospects we have in finance? If you take finance as your one of the specialization, is you can get job in investment banking companies like Franklin Templeton, JP Morgan, Access Securities, okay, Indian Bulls, and all those. Okay, asset management companies, commercial banks, okay, equity research analyst, okay, or corporate finance organizations, or risk management organizations, or any other finance domain. Okay, with the job prospect or into the finance, you can get career, you can get into the career of finance if you go with finance as your specialization. Okay. Then we have different subjects, as I said. What are the things we have in the subject? FSI, financial systems and institutions, and financial services in fifth sem and sixth sem. Smithy ma'am will be explaining what are the things you are going to study in these two subjects of semester 5 and semester 6 if you select this subject. Okay. Smithy ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, can you
Shall I
please stop?
stop?
Yes, sir. I'll present my screen.
Okay.
Good afternoon, dear students. I'll be orienting you on the subject that is financial system and institutions. So this particular subject basically talks about the financial system, how it functions, in order to see that the activities are carried on smoothly. So financial system is basically a system which facilitates either the transfer or the exchange of funds between the suppliers and the seekers of funds. Suppliers are those who have the funds which is in excess, and seekers are those who need funds. Okay, so when we are talking about the financial system, you have different participants where you can, it can be a lender or an investor or a borrower who operate at the different levels, that can be at the national level or the global level. And coming to the institutions, institution is basically a bank or a particular facility which is given to an individual, which will cater to their needs, because people require funds. Nobody is self-sufficient, so they need to approach a financial institution which usually deals with the various financial and monetary transactions. So moving forward with the components of a financial system, they are broadly four components which are there, which are financial institutions. Next is financial markets. Next one is financial assets or instruments. And the last one is financial services. So each of the components will be studied by you all. The first three components will be dealt in this subject, which is financial system and institution. And financial services as a subject is dealt in the sixth semester. So when we're talking about a financial institution, we have the broad classification, which is a banking institution or a non-banking institution. Under banking institution, we have commercial bank, cooperative banks, regional rural banks, and foreign banks. And under financial markets, we have again organized and unorganized. Organized, something which is as per the guidelines and the structure of RBI, whereas unorganized is not controlled by RBI. Again, we have the two classifications, which is about the capital and the money market. Money market usually deals with the funds which are for a short duration of time, and capital market deals with the long-term funds. The next component is about financial services, which are broadly classified into fund-based and fee-based services. I move further, where when you are going to study this particular subject, your major objective is to understand the role of a financial system, how this plays a very important role in understanding how the operations of a business are carried on. And once you have completed the subject, once you have studied the subject, you should be able to understand the functioning of a financial system and how RBI, which is the regulator of the banking sector, operates, what are the functions, what are the major roles which is played by RBI. You should also be able to understand the policies and the growth of various financial institutions, the services that they render. And at the end, you will also be learning about what are the roles and functions of a money and a capital market. And looking at the syllabus flow which is there, Unit 1 is about the introduction to financial system, how and what are the different components, what are the functions, what are the role of financial system, basically an introduction. Second unit deals about RBI and commercial banks, where we are talking about the origin, their growth, functions, the services. The second unit. Third unit is about financial institutions, about different financial institutions, namely IDBI, SIDB. How are they catering to individual needs? Fourth unit is focusing on money market instruments and also the money market, how, what is the function, what are the different instruments like commercial paper, certificate of deposits, which are given for a short period of time. The next one is about the capital market, which deals with the long-term funds, and the instruments that are dealt like share, debenture, bonds are also explained. This is the content of the syllabus for the first subject, which is offered in fifth semester, titled as Financial System and Institution. Coming to the next subject, which is about financial services. So financial service refers to any service which is provided by a financial and a banking institution, where it not only talks about the services, it also talks about the instrument through which this particular service can be carried on. Okay, and financial service, this particular course aims at providing an insight into various financial services offered in our Indian financial sector, and also make you well equipped with the services which are available. Once you have completed your course, you should be able to understand the operations of your financial services in India. You should know about a difference between leasing and hire purchase, understand about what is factoring and what is forfeiting. Then you should know about what is venture capital financing, what are the different methods of venture capital financing, and also at the end, you should know about the regulatory framework for knowing the credit rating agencies which are there in India. So the subject syllabus is again designed in such a way that we understand what are the different financial services which are broadly classified into fee-based and fund-based. So the entire syllabus has a combination of both the fund and the fee-based services. So first unit is about the financial services. It talks about the importance, the role it plays, what are the functions of the financial service, the classification. The next unit, second unit, is about leasing and hire purchase. Leasing is where you take an equipment or an asset on a rental basis, whereas in hire purchase you become the ultimate owner because you make the payment in form of your installment. Once you make the payment for the last installment, you become the ultimate owner of the particular asset. Coming to the third unit, which is about factoring and forfeiting, it is also a service where we are talking about how the receivables are being sold by a company to a third party at a discount. So you'll be learning about the different types of factoring, how the forfeiting services are available, and other things. Fourth unit is about a venture, how much amount you require to start a business, how can you acquire or how can you raise the funds, okay, what are the methods of valuing the venture capital financing models that are there. The last one is about credit rating. They are the ratings which are given for various instruments in order to know what is the credit worthiness of that particular instrument. So coming to in just we can say about the fund based and fee based activity, where in fund based we have the equipment leasing, hire purchase, then we have the housing finance, insurance, and under fee based we have something which is called as the stock broking, issue management, portfolio management. So combination of both the fund and fee based services would be studied in the subject which is titled as financial services, which is offered in semester 6. Okay, thank you, students. Over to you, Ganesha. Ganesha?
Yes, ma'am.
Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, students, any doubts in the session of whatever the ma'am explained? It is clear, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, next two subjects, we'll see. Vandana ma'am, you're there?
Yes, sir. Very much. I am there. I am here.
Okay, okay. Right. Thank you. Ma'am, IF చెప్తారా ma'am?
నేను ఐఎఫ్ ఐఎఫ్ఎం చెప్తాను.
Okay, ma'am. Right. So then మీరు చెప్పినాక IM I will tell.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Right.
Good afternoon, students.
Yes, ma'am,
Good afternoon.
Smriti ma'am, you can go to that interview, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll leave, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, will you take care, sir? Will you?
Yeah, I will take care. Don't worry.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I think ma'am and sir has explained you the structure and the linkage of how there is a synchronization between the fourth sem and the sixth sem, right? So I will be orienting you on international finance and international financial management of sixth semester. Okay, let me share my screen. Is the screen visible, all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. See, in the fifth semester, you will be studying about the international finance. 1 second. Sir, చెప్పండి sir. Session లో ఉన్నాను sir. Please tell. సరే sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. See, we have international finance. Now, this is a paper for BBA, BBIT, BBA Analytics, BBA FM, BBA Honors. Everybody will be. So, as you belong to BBA IT stream, so let me orient you again. See, as you all know that there are 5 units once again. And why the concept, why the basic necessity of including this subject is to give an international exposure with regard to the finance. Okay. With see, you will be studying the financial markets and other services or the institutions. So that is from the domestic point of view. But when it comes to the international finance, why international finance is important, why it is evolved, okay, what is the domestic and international financial management. So you will be gaining the conceptual knowledge, that is a CO1, that is a course outcome. You will be gaining the conceptual knowledge, and then in the second unit you will be studying about, it is a theory paper and in the international financial markets you will be studying about like how in the money market, capital market, you will be studying about the stock exchange. In the similar manner you will be studying about the bond market, international equity market, money market, and financial institutions. So you will be studying about in the domestic thing, like RBI, commercial bank, RRBs, regional rural banks, in the similar manner. From the international point of view, you will be studying about the International Monetary Fund. See, International Monetary Fund is a wing of World Bank and IBRD, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So how many institutes are associated with us? How many countries are associated with IMF? What is the benefit? How the IMF will function? Like that, you will be studying what is Bank for International Settlement, BIS, international euro banks, subsidiary bank, offshore bank. So there are different types of banks. From the international perspective, you will be studying. And coming to the fourth unit, you have financial instruments. Like when we see in India, like RBI commercial papers, CPs, CDs, checks, promissory note. In the similar manner, but from the international context, we have Euro, CPs, Euro bonds, global bonds, foreign bonds, ADRs, GDRs. ADRs, GDRs is very important. That is American depository receipts and global depository receipts. What is the difference between both? Okay, that you will be studying. This is again a theory paper. I mean, theory unit only. You will be gaining the in-length knowledge about ADRs and GDRs. And to some extent you will be studying. And when you pursue your master's MBA, again you will have this in your international finance, where you will be studying about in-depth about ADRs and GDRs. And coming to the fifth unit, you have MNCs, that is multinational corporate, that is FDI. What is foreign direct investment? What is foreign institutional investment? Why many MNCs are coming in India? If they come and they are functioning from India, what are the advantages we have? What are the job opportunities we have? So there are different theories related to this. Okay, so you will be studying from that point of view. See, Amazon, all these are MNCs. So why they are coming? What is the purpose of their coming? So this we will be studying in the different theories. Okay, this is about one paper that is in the 5th semester. Any doubts with regard to this? Is it clear, all of you? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in the 6th semester, an extension to this, okay, which you will be studying in your 6th semester, we will have International Financial Management. Correct. So again, this is 5 credits. That means 5 lectures per week. Elective paper 40:60 is the bifurcation. Then you have Unit 1, participants in foreign exchange market, the structure of foreign exchange market, and this will be a dose will be increased. You will be having some small problems: nominal exchange rate, real exchange rate. How there is a formula and how to derive this and all. It is very, very important. Okay, this will be a bit complicated. Not complicated, but it requires a lot of attention in order to understand this particular concept, and you need to solve the practical problems related to that. Okay, this is about the Unit 1, understanding of the concepts. And in coming to the parity, that is the equality. Parity bole to equality. The relationship. See, any country will not operate on its own. Okay, when we resort to exports and imports and international trade, obviously there will be an effect on one country and the other country. Friendly relations will be there, exchange will be there. Okay, so there are n number of transactions going on between one country and the other country. So when this has to be taken place, it is, as a finance student, you need to study the parity relationship, the effect of the interest, the effect of the inflation. This is what is propounded by Irving Fisher, that is International Fisher effect. We call it as Fisher effect. Irving Fisher, the name of the person that is who has propounded this particular theory is Irving Fisher. So he states interest is important, inflation is important, and you all know that the mother of all subjects is the economics. So economics has its, we give that much importance to the economics since it is considered to be the mother. And all these are when we study about the inflation, this is a concept in economics. When we study interest, macroeconomic theory by Keynes, yes, again this is interest is a economic concept. So how there is a huge, that is how the concept of a financial econometrics has arrived, multidisciplinary subject. So there is a lot of things involved in it. You will be studying from the economic perspective, and you will be using it, deriving it from the finance point of view. Okay, and there are some debt crisis, financial crisis with regard to the Asian means to our country related Greek debt crisis. These are nothing but the two cases from the Asian and the Greek perspective. So how a financial analyst has to react when the crisis has evolved, when the crisis is there. So crisis management is very important, isn't it? Decision making, crisis management, critical thinking, all these is a ability is required in the similar manner. So here is a crisis, and how do you manage that crisis? So that is from the financial point of view we will be studying in the unit 2. And risk management, see, all everybody knows there are several types of risk associated when we do business. Okay, and when we do international business, bound risks are bound to be there. And what are those? Transaction, translation, and operating the or the economic, and these are divided into three. And we will be studying the other risk: political risk, governing risk. When a war broke out between other countries, if the transaction is going on, how the countries will react, how the contract will be executed. So you will be studying in the risk management in MNCs. And derivatives, the most beautiful part is the derivatives. Okay, so what is a derivative? How many types of derivatives are there? How the derivative transaction goes on between one country and the other country? How do we commodity derivatives are there? So for yours, this thing, commodity derivatives is not there. So only currency derivative is there. So how the trading will go on, how the people are speculators or the dalals or brokers are getting advantage from this transactions, we will be studying from this point of view. And tax management, you all know that what is a tax, what are the types of tax. So here we will not talking about the individual income tax or the GST and all. We will be studying from the international perspective. Okay, so what is the Tobin tax, what is a territorial approach, worldwide approach, offshore approach? So how these will affect the company, how these tax avenues, the tax methods will affect the company. So that as a financial analyst, how we are taking this tax into consideration, that you need to check it out. Okay, so this is also a theory. So in on an average, you will be having 5% problems in the unit 1. Rest of all is a theory paper, that you have to keep it in mind. And what is the advantage of studying this paper? See, every paper has its own weightage. It is how you utilize it that is important. I cannot say out of 6 papers this paper is important. No, each and every paper is important. How you are going to use it, and how you are going to the what do you call, depending upon your interest, you're going to choose, that is important. Okay, so this is how the financial management is designed, and you are going to learn from this 5 units. Any questions, please? Before I give it to Mr. Ganesh, sir, please tell me.
No, ma'am, it's clear.
It's clear? Okay,
Yes,
then
ma'am.
I take leave. Over to Ganesh, sir. So, do you want me to share the screen, or you will be doing it? Ganesh, sir.
Ma'am, I will share, ma'am. You can exit.
And then I will stop it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
No problem.
Yes, students, I hope with the 2 subjects already you're clear with that. Okay, let us see the last subjects, that is investment management and SAPM. If you take investment management in the semester 5, then in semester 6 you will be taking security analysis and portfolio management. Okay, so first let us see what we have in investment management, then we'll go to SAPM. Yeah. So investment management, when you consider, as the name says, investment management, you're managing your investment. Okay, like any person, if you have your savings, okay, you will be investing in your in some avenue, like it may be in the stock, shares, okay, bonds, or you will be investing in gold, or you're investing in real estate, or you'll purchase a 2-wheeler, 4-wheeler, whatever it is, whatever the savings you have, you are going to invest. Okay, so how to manage that investment, that is the thing which we are going to study in this investment management subject. Okay, in in investment management unit, I mean to say, like semester 5, you have only theory part, we don't have any numericals. Okay, but the continuation of this subject in semester 6, whatever you are studying, SAPM, security analysis and portfolio management, there you are going to study the numericals, the total numericals of this theory what we have studied. Okay, so first unit we have introduction to investment. In this we have investment meaning, definition, objectives, factors affecting investment. What are the essential factors you will be taking into account before investing. Okay, and investment process, investment versus gambling or investment versus speculation. Okay, and investment avenues, these all things we are going to study in unit 1. What are the different places where you are going to invest? Okay, about your savings, whatever you have, those all things we are going to study in unit 1. This is all about the stock market. In stock market, how the investments are done, how to invest, what are the things we'll take into account, those things we will be seeing. Okay, second unit you have capital market, like if you are investing for the long period of time, that is called as in capital market, and functions of capital market you will be studying. Then money market versus capital market instruments, shares, debentures, bonds, stock exchanges, role, functions of stock exchanges in India, and what are the types of different stock exchange platforms what we have, like BSE, NSE, over the counter. Okay, trading mechanism, online trading, types of investor and types of speculators you are going to study in unit 2. Okay, then unit 3, fundamental analysis and technical analysis. Like fundamental analysis means you will be studying before investing which company to invest. You will be doing some analysis, like you will be doing economic analysis, industry analysis, company analysis. Those all things we will be doing in the company in fundamental analysis. And another part of unit 3 is a technical analysis, where we are going to study about the technical analysis tools. Like if you see the stock exchange or stock market, or then or in the newspaper, if you consider, we will be seeing the graph, the stock indices graph and all those things. Okay, how to calculate, how to analyze the stock price, the movements of the stock price and all those things we'll be seeing in the fundamental and technical analysis. Okay, then next we have mutual funds. Okay, about the mutual fund types, schemes, what are the different types of mutual funds we have. Okay, growth and functioning of the mutual funds in India, performance of mutual funds, problems and prospects of mutual funds in India, regulations of mutual funds, all those things we will be seeing in the unit 4, mutual funds. Okay, then derivative market we are going to study about the types of derivative, what are the features of derivative, classification of derivative, financial derivatives like forwards, futures, options, swaps, Indian derivative market, how it will be working, structure, trading regulation framework. These all things we will be doing in derivatives part. Okay, so this is investment management, the basic thing about the investment, the theory part what we are going to study in this particular course. Okay, any doubts?
No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir.
Yeah, if you're studying investment management in 5th semester, then in 6th semester you're going to take a subject is SAPM, security analysis and portfolio management. Okay, in 5th sem we have studied the basic theory about the investment, how to invest, what are the different avenues, mutual funds, derivatives, these all things we have studied. Here we are going to calculate before investing, what are the things you are going to calculate and all we are going to see. Okay, so like return and risk return, calculation of the risk and return of the company, what are the different types of risk we have. Okay, numerical problems of risk and return, all those things we are going to do in first unit, the calculation of risk and return. See, when you are investing anywhere, we will see the return, what is the returns we are getting, we have to check everywhere where whenever you are investing, definitely risk is involved in that one. So what is the amount of risk involved also we are going to see. So risk and return, the calculation of the risk and return, numerical problems we are going to do. Then bond valuation, if you are investing in debentures or bonds, like post office savings certificates or debentures of any company. Okay, how to value it, how to check the value of that particular bond or debenture, with the help of bond valuation we will do. Here we are going to study about the concepts of AYTM, YTM, YTC. Okay, bond value theorems we are going to do, bond duration, modified duration, McCulloch's duration, these all things we are going to do, the calculations and all. About the bond, if you are investing in debenture, before investing what are the calculations are needed, those calculations we will be doing here. Okay, then stock valuation, if you are investing in stock like equity shares, okay, what is the price of share, at what price you have to purchase, those valuation concepts we are going to study in stock valuation. Okay, like common stock meaning, basic features of common stock, approaches to valuation, present value of the return, stock valuation methods like single period model, constant growth model, two stage model, three stage model, or multiple dividend model. Those calculations we will be doing. Okay, then fourth unit we have portfolio management. Like what is portfolio, what is the meaning of portfolio, analysis of portfolio. Okay, like when you consider portfolio means, if you have 10 lakhs rupees with you, it says that don't put all amount in one place. I will be investing 2.5 lakhs in gold, 2.5 lakhs in shares, 2.5 lakhs in debentures, 2.5 lakhs in real estate. Okay, so those things we will be seeing, no? So in the portfolio management, we will be checking how to construct a portfolio so that you will get a more returns with less risk. Those calculation problems we will be doing in Unit 4, portfolio management. Okay, next we have Unit 5, evaluation of the portfolio. After managing the portfolio, after deciding what portfolio you should have, how much amount you have to pay in, how much amount you have to invest in equity, debentures and all, after knowing all those things, we will be evaluating the portfolio. Okay, we will be evaluating whether it is going on according to the plan or not. Those all things we will be seeing in the fifth unit. Okay, like here in the fifth unit we will be studying about the Sharpe model, Tainer's model, Jensen's model, farmers decomposition method, different techniques we are going to do. Okay, so this is all about CPM and investment analysis, that investment management. Any doubts, anyone?
No, sir.
So you can select based upon which stream you like, that particular stream you can apply, you can take it. Okay, so any doubts you have in finance specialization subjects?
Sir,
Yes.
I was wondering if, like, for our IT, this thing,
Hmm.
elective, we ma'am told us that the elective that most students will be choosing, that
Hmm.
will be the subject that will be given to all of us in the classroom. Is it the
Hmm.
same with all the rest of the electives? Like subject that the most of them take, that will be given in the classroom?
Yes, Bolito, you have three subjects in fifth sem, right? I'm talking about
Yes.
finance. Out of
Yes.
three,
Yes.
for
Yes.
example, in your class we have 61 students. Out of 61, let us consider 40 took investment management. Okay, 15 took, let us take international finance. Then only
Yes.
four or five took FS. Then we will
Okay.
shift those four students to either to investment management or to international finance.
Okay.
If, for example, all five streams together, like your BBIT, BBA General, Honors, everything together, okay, we have 315 or 16 students. Okay, out of this 315, if 100 selected IF, 100 selected IM and 100 selected FS, we will give all the three. So based upon the number of students, we have to give the stream.
Oh, I see. Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Any doubts, anyone? If it is clear, then we will stop the session. I think we have done with all the streams, right? HR, finance, marketing.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Any doubts you have in finance, especially?
No, sir.
You can take project. I think your BBIT. Anyhow, you are going to do IT projects. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Anita, ma'am. Okay. If no doubts you have, then we can stop the session. Vandana, ma'am. Anything? Okay. So, dear students.
Ganesh sir,
Yes.
you can
Yes,
please
ma'am.
wind up, sir. I'm having my lunch.
Okay, ma'am. Right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Right, sir.
Yes. Yes, students, then we will stop the session. We will complete, we have done with the orientation. Any doubts, you can reach the concerned faculty or your class in charges for your selection of the whatever the subject you want to select. Okay. So thank you. God bless you all. We can exit. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, students, Alex, you are there? Alex or Enis here? Uzma, Fatima, anybody is there, ma?
Yes, sir. Uzma is here.
So all are acquainted with all the electives, na? Finance,
Yes, sir.
business, marketing, and then IT. Okay, what
Yes,
we
sir.
gave is only the gist, the summary kind of a thing what we gave. Okay, so the detailed, syllabus and all that will be there. So that is what it is. And then we will also be circulating one Google form wherein you have to choose your options. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Meantime, if you still have any, let's say like how Uzma spoke on certain doubts, you can still come back to us. Okay. So that is what it is, and you can call me directly if you have anything on that. I'll try to explain you. or if anything in related to finance, then I'll put it to somebody else who is in finance. Okay, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you
sir.
so much. Smriti madam, you are there? Smriti madam, any teacher? Okay, then we'll close. Okay, right.